Good morning, everyone. For the record, the date is Wednesday, June 3rd, 2015, and the time is 9:01 a.m. I'd like to welcome everybody to this morning's Department of Agriculture board meeting. And first thing we'd like to do is go around the room and introduce everybody. Before we do that, it looks like we have only one other meeting conference going on, or remote, and that would be Boyd and Elko. Boyd, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you very well, thank you.
Okay, Boyd, glad to have you. Oh, there's Vegas. Good morning, Vegas.
Good morning. This is Robert Levitt with Department of Agriculture.
Okay, Robert. Well, that'll take care of your introduction. So we'll go ahead and start with the board members, and why don't we start down with Tim, Mr. Duff Rena down there from, way out wherever.
Tim Duff Rena, Humboldt County Livestock.
Jim Snyder, Lyon County Row Crops.
Paul Nell, Clark County Nursery.
Mona Morrison, Lyon County General Agriculture.
Charlie Frey, Churchill County Row Crops.
Pete Harris, Nevada Wool Growers.
Alan Press from Churchill County representing dairies. Ryan Taguchi, Clark County Pest Control.
Paul Anderson, Washoe County Patrolman.
David Sticks Jr., Lyon County, representing the cattle industry. And we'll go ahead and do staff that's sitting at the table.
Dennis Dalcourt, Deputy Attorney General.
Jim Barber, Director.
Jerry Conrad, Assistant State Director.
Okay, hearing that we do have everybody here, we have a quorum. Boyd, go ahead, I'm sorry. Introduce yourself.
Boyd Spratling, Livestock, Echo County.
Thank you. Since we do have a quorum and everybody's here, we'll go ahead and please stand, face the flag in the corner, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's go ahead and we'll start back in the corner here with introductions. We have some more staff, so.
IT Tech with Department of Agriculture, Shelbyville.
Okay.
Sandy with beehabitat.com.
Brian with beehabitat.com.
Chris Miller, Department of Agriculture Enforcement Sparks.
Mark Jensen with USDA Wildlife Services.
Barber School Consumer Equitability.
Ashley Judson, Nevada Department of Agriculture.
Flip Wright, Nevada Department of Agriculture.
Rebecca Allard, Nevada Department of Agriculture.
Dave Bear with Dedicated to You.
Pat Lynch, Dedicated to You.
Bob Roper, State Forester, Nevada Division of Forestry.
Mark O'Farrell, Hungry Mother Organics.
Rob Hawley, Holly Family Farms, East Nevada.
Ann Ogla, Nevada Grown, and Western Nevada College.
Trevor Burba, Hungry Mother Organics. Jacob O'Farrell, Hungry Mother Organics. Clint Colby, Farm Service Agency of the USDA.
Mike Orlovich, Get Fresh Sales.
Carla Mendoza, Get Fresh Sales, Las Vegas.
And Dale Hanson, Fiscal Administrator of the Department of Agriculture.
All right. All right, we got everybody introduced. Our second item on the agenda that's has to be required by law on every agenda. We'll have it at the beginning of the meeting, and we'll have it at the end of the meeting, and that's public comment. Now, public comment is only intended for folks out there that would like to say something to the board that's not on the agenda. Okay, so if there's an item on the agenda, I can tell by the introductions today that a lot of you are here today for item 6A. If you're here for that, public comment would not be what you need to talk to us about. We have a dedicated item. And it will be moved up, by the way, out of order so we can get it done fairly soon here. So any public comment about an item that's not on the agenda?
Yes, probably.
Public comment?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. State your name again for the record.
Sandy Rollins,
And
beehabitat.
we'll need you up at the microphone to make sure we get everything
Right now?
recorded. Yep.
Oh. Where's the microphone?
At the podium or ambo, depending on. Okay, Rick Latton's here. Hi, Rick.
So right now, oh Lord, okay.
And I'm sorry, all public comments limited to 3 minutes, so we'll start the clock right now. You ready to roll?
Good heavens. here to encourage you guys to go organic. I know a lot of the companies here use pesticides to manage lawn care, public and private, school playgrounds, parks, and what have you. And I'm just asking for you to go organic. There are companies like Beyond Pesticides, organizations that will underwrite a full program to help you go organic. So when I say pesticides, I'm talking about herbicides, adulticides, fungicides, fungicides, something you require. There are alternatives that work, and I'd love to present with whoever is willing to listen how you can go organic, how you can stop polluting our waterways, and our school grounds and our parks that affect the health of our kids and our pets. Again, I'm Sandy with Bee Habitat. I'm working with Beyond Pesticides, and I'd love to introduce you to Chip Osborne. They have already committed that they would come to this area and do free training to teach whoever's willing to learn how to go organic. It doesn't cost more time, money, or manpower to go organic. We have organic parks, football fields, soccer fields. He's even done work for the NFL, so golf courses as well. And if they can go organic and keep their turf up to the expected standards that their community is requiring of them, I know that we can do it as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Hearing none, yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to make a few comments.
You bet. Step up to the podium.
All right, I'll go around this way, Howard.
The lectern. State your name for the record, please.
I appreciate it. Hi there, everybody. I'm Dave Barrett. I'm with Dedicated to You. And I gotta thank Jim Barbie here. He's infiltrated my mind with some wonderful ideas and concepts about how to grow food organically, but also with less water. Because we have a water crisis going on, and we're going to be using some new technologies that are going to use less water. My goal in coming to Nevada, I've been here for some time actually. I consider myself a Nevada resident, but I'm California. My family's been in ranching and farming for over 100 years. And I can tell you right now, we're in a water crisis. And if we can figure out ways to use less water to grow crops, that's what we're all about. So I'm here to tell you that that's my goal, and our objective is to use organics as well as less water so we can conserve the water we already have. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Any more public comment? Yes.
It's not agendized.
Yeah, you came in late. Public comments for anything you want to talk to us about that's not on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Are you good then? Okay. All right. Public comment. And by the way, everybody, I can't allow any engagement from the audience or us in a public comment forum because we can't get into a discussion without it being agendized on the agenda. So I just want everybody to know if you're looking for questions from the board under public comment, you won't get it. It's just that. Tell us what's on your mind. Any more? All right. Hearing none, we're going to move on to the minutes of our last board meeting to approve the March 4th, 2015 board meeting minutes. Has the board had an opportunity to look over these minutes, check them out? Anybody see any discrepancies or anything of concern to them? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Ramona?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Ramona Morrison, seconded by Mr. Paris. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Item 4 is our director's report. Director Barbie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Legislative update.
Yeah, I'll actually go through my schedule real briefly since our past March meeting, and then I'll hit legislative update along with some other issues outside of that to make you aware of, just so they're on your radar. So as you're looking at our schedule, since our March meeting that was held in Carson City, You can see a lot of the different activities I've been engaged with. Largely, those have been involved down at the legislature in Carson City. We're happy that the legislature is included, and we're good to go for another year and a half roughly before we engage in the next legislative session. We did have one of the things that's on there starting on April 1, a very successful Ag Day at the legislature. We had tremendous participation from all gamuts of the agriculture industry. It was very well received, and it was a good partnership between us and Farm Bureau and Cattlemen and all the groups and the folks that participated. And like I said, we got a lot of positive response back from the legislators themselves on how informative it was and giving them an idea about agriculture. A lot of this where you can see what I'm presenting different committees. A lot of trips down to Las Vegas, due to the Metro building that I'll be talking about shortly. A lot of time that we dealt with working with Tina and Clint on the EIS, on the Sage Grouse plan, and which is under governor review currently. We're waiting to release to the public. So with that, looking at the things that went through on the 2015 session, we had originally presented in the Metro building proposal, well, going into the session, until the budget was released, we thought we were part of a CIP to have the Metro building basically remodeled in conjunction between Public Works, Buildings and Grounds, and Department of Agriculture being in that location. Once the actual governor's budget came out, executive budget came out, we realized that project had been eliminated, and that they were going to do a small rebuild to basically put Buildings and Grounds into that 15,000 square feet facility. Our Senator Goicoechea engaged with us, knowing that we needed space badly in Las Vegas because of the number of folks that we have there, and we didn't have an operational weights and measures metrology laboratory, and really some deficiencies in that facility. And I think we've been in that facility somewhere between, I think we went in like 76, 78 from what I understand, somewhere in there into that facility. So it's outlived its usefulness for us, for the agency. So what we proposed was a building swap where we would basically give Buildings and Grounds that facility. We would take the Metro building, and then we would lead an agency-led remodel on the facility. We had proposed $650,000, $700,000 that would be utilized out of reserve funds to do that build. As that made its way through the legislature, some of the legislators were uncomfortable with not allowing or having Public Works manage that project. So the final outcome was they transitioned it to Public Works. When they did that, our $700,000 proposal went to a $2 million proposal. The good news for us is that Public Works found that money in savings that they had from projects in 14 and 15, I believe. And so basically they rolled those funds over into this new $2 million CIP project. The agency is still putting forward roughly $700,000 in fees to support the project, but they also had an additional $150,000 that was already contracted to a architect, the original architect that had already done the drawings on the building once, which was the original 2013 session $450,000 architecture proposal. And so they had enough funds there, and those drawings have been completed, and actually Mike Geisinger is going to review those drawings tomorrow down in Las Vegas while I'm here with the park committee meeting. And we're going to, once that's done, we'll do our final review, and then they intend to pull the permits and start construction early August. Their intent is that we would be able to move into the new facility early November. Our I'm a little cynical. I'm telling folks that we're probably looking at closer to the beginning of January. When we do move into that facility, we will have tremendously expanded office space and capacity. We will have a boardroom that is probably fairly roughly the same size as this one currently. We will transition our current audiovisual stuff into that. We're going as affordably and using as much furniture, equipment, everything that we can from our previous facility as possible to keep our costs down just absolutely as much as we can. So it'll have that conference room. It'll have 2 more conference rooms for meetings, trainings, the testing that they do in Las Vegas, and then it'll have an expanded petroleum laboratory. And I'm trying to remember what the expansion on square foot is. I want to say 500 square feet, somewhere around there. Pretty significant, which was needed. If you've been down in the petroleum laboratory, it's hard for 2 people to be in that space at the same time. We will have a fully functional, certifiable metrology laboratory for the big weights as well as the small weights. And as we've talked about before, our hope is to be able to draw more of that metrology work out of Southern California to help offset costs in the consumer equitability portion. And then obviously not having to haul our weights back and forth between the Sparks office and Las Vegas to be certified. We expect to have possibly a couple of weeks there that the petroleum laboratory will not be operational. And so BART is working on contingency plans to basically look at hauling samples up that are based on complaint purposes. But we're going to have that lab. Basically, that'll be the last piece. We'll move out of the old building and into the new building. And we're moving all of that cabinetry, all of those same hoods, because they're all functional in an attempt to reduce our costs as much as possible. So we're hoping that, if we're lucky, that maybe we can hold the December board meeting in Las Vegas in that new facility. And some of you, I think, toured the facility at our last December meeting as well, so you kind of have an idea. The large garage portion area of that we thought was going to be the laboratories, that will maintain as a warehouse now, and we will be able to bring all the commodity foods that are currently stored out by the Speedway under a lease into that space. And so the good news there is that's going to be a reduction of $60,000 lease, somewhere in there a year, outside facilities, so that's going to create some savings. Once we have this investment in the facility, then it is agency owned. So in our previous budget, we were going to be on the hook, I think, for roughly $90,000, $85,000 a year in leases to buildings and grounds to be in the new building. Once this building is completed, we will take over maintenance of the facility and electrical, water, all those costs of the facility, and that'll be cost allocated to the programs, but we won't have any lease costs. It'll be agency owned, so it should be less than that $80,000 a year that we were at. So ultimately, we believe it's going to create a savings and be a cash positive investment. The alternatives we were presented with prior to coming to that conclusion, we're looking at roughly $500,000 a year in a lease-back remodel, which we told them there was just absolutely no way our PD programs could handle that kind of cost. So, like I say, that's moving forward. We'll keep you posted. We'll surely have an update in our September meeting. We had 4 or 5 main bills going at the legislature. We had several other bills that weren't sponsored through the Department of Ag or through those committees to the Department of Ag that we were involved in, and I'll cover as well. AB 77 and what was AB 79 were the result of our omnibus bill. It was a cleanup that took a lot of the text that didn't deal with agriculture out of our statutes, out of our chapters, cut and eliminated them. After going through LCB, it was split from one bill into the AB 77, AB 79. When they did that, we had some duplication between the 2 bills. regarding the dealing with diseased animals. So we had several amendments that cleaned that up. And so AB 79 passed fairly early into the session. AB 77, we did not consider a fee bill, but it did have some new fees and some tax limit increases with it, including the sheephead tax, which raised the limit from, all the numbers start to mix, but whatever it was or is now to $1.50, which would be set basically by recommendation of the sheep representative on the Board of Ag, and the Board of Ag would set the amount. That gave, along with a couple of the other fee pieces, great concern to some of the legislators who had signed the tax pledge. That ultimately led with us recommending a elimination of all fees in the bill, which took it out of the 2/3 requirement and took it to a simple majority, which enabled it to pass the both houses with 100% support. Early last week, I think. They've all run together. We had several that came through during that time period. And so that does a lot of cleanup, does the vendor tax, not vendor tax, but vendor certification, several of those pieces. Then AB 78, which was an NDOW bill, that was a cleanup for them.
Wait a minute, Jim.
Yeah.
AB 77.
Okay.
So, from what you just said, the sheep guys didn't get their
No,
ability to
all-
increase.
All of that was eliminated. And I communicated with Pete, representing wool growers, all along the way as well. But basically, the legislators that had signed the tax pledge, we were concerned we wouldn't get a 2/3 vote. And so, rather than lose the cleanup language, and that was our largest cleanup block, it, removed things like where they had in our statutes the removal of petroleum fuel tanks out of the ground, which, is DCNR. It had some language relative to food inspection. It's Department of Health and outside our authorities. So we had basically worked with those agencies to eliminate it. At one point, we moved it over to those agencies, but they said, no, we don't want it. It's the old language. It shouldn't be in there at all. So all of that language was struck, which was the largest part why the bill was so ginormous, because it was identifying language that was eliminated. And then of course LCB, when they get a hold of it, I know we had a dust up with some of the sheep producers over the language as it came out, because we had basically struck through whatever the dollar amount was that they could raise their max to put about 50. But then when it goes into LCB, they update a whole bunch of other language to reflect either what's currently being done or what is current language. Some of the language can be pretty old, especially in the ag text, because some of that had been changed 60s. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, we eliminated everything. We had a fee, which is why it was then reduced to a majority vote to get through the session, and then
That's it.
So if we had clarifications on state fair, it was one of the pieces, and I hopes that we can get a state fair or state ag expo reestablished in Nevada. That's one of the goals that we have, boards involved in. So a lot of stuff like that.
Well, I think what's interesting to point out, if I'm hearing correctly, is, and we'll hear a little bit more later this morning, but if you have a program that's in jeopardy of being lost because it's not paying for itself, let's say the brands department, can we increase the brands fee without going to the legislature?
Yes, because that's,
Okay.
The head tax we cannot, which was what we did in 13. We had to go through the legislature to do that, but the specific fee levels are done at the Board of Ag level.
Okay.
And some of that is, and really to be fair to the sheep head tax issue, the legislation did not raise the tax to the sheep industry. That authority lies with the Board of Ag. It raised the cap to which that fee could be raised. And so that was a real frustrating part.
Because they're at the cap now.
Right, because, I mean, at the day that 70, if that would have stayed in 77 and it would have passed, you know, the fee would not have gone up until it came to this body and Mr. Paris made a recommendation and then the board acted on that recommendation. And so that was, and a lot of it, the point I would say is, you know, where there were several fees identified in there, knowing what we did there, none of it was significant. In other words, when we submitted our agency budget, we did not show any new revenue being generated from AB 77 to benefit the agency. Because the only significant fees that would have come in differently would have been the sheep head tax, and of course that's a pass-through. We don't even do administrative off of that fund. That goes straight to either the park breakout or the Wool Growers Association. So.
We'll send you ammo for Christmas, Pete.
Well, I think they're, you know, relative to predator control and, you know, if you're of the flavor that we need to do more of that, AB 78, which is the next one I was going to talk about, gives us a little more capacity there. It's going to create a little more work for Mr. Paris tomorrow, but AB 78 was an end-out bill.
But a modified margin / business tax. Is that what ended up coming through?
Believe so, yeah. Okay. So the AB 78 was an end-out bill that opened up a statute that allowed, so Senator Goicoechea had the bill, I'm trying to remember now, it was SB 301 or 303 or something, that was basically initially going to change NDOW to a division of DCNR and do some things with NDOW. In those committee hearings and in meetings held aside, what they decided is the real crux of the issue was the concern that predator control was not being handled the way that a lot of the citizenry and industries felt that it should be. And that did not open the chapter that they needed to make changes there. So they used AB 78, and Senator Goicoechea made an amendment on the Senate floor, which basically did two things. It expanded the authorities of the local wildlife advisory boards, I think county boards, I'm not sure totally of their structure, but then also it added two committee members to the Predator Animal Control Committee, which is a subset of this board, one representing sportsmen and one representing licensed guides, and then requires that the park committee review the Department of Wildlife Predator Control Plan before it's finally approved by the Wildlife Commission. If the Wildlife Commission has to take that review done by park into consideration upon approval or rejection of the proposed predator control. And then it also mandated that 80% of those funds were actually engaged in predator control activities. So, and that's a pretty significant change. I want to say in the last year, 2 years, I'm looking at, maybe I'll be looking at more, 150,000 was actually predator control, something like that. It was a much smaller percentage. So, and that's out of a total of roughly $450,000 or something like that. So that's going to require then that the chairman of the park committee will work with us to create an application process to fill those 2 seats. Those 2 seats will apply to the park committee, and then they will be selected by the chair of the park committee. 8079.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Mr. Spratling, you have the floor.
I just wanted to ask the director, so in the past, the funds that went to park did not include that NDOW money, that the $400,000, and it will now, is that correct, with the change in legislation?
Actually, good point, thank you, I forgot to cover that. Actually, just the opposite. So previously, it was the predator fees were run through the Department of Ag that were budgeted to go through, to Wildlife Services to do those jobs. So basically, our count was just a flow-through, and what that created for us was a underfunding from past, well before I got here and well before, obviously, Dale arrived. I think 2 or 3 years before my arrival, we had been going to IFC and asking for general fund contingency money to basically fill the $96,000 shortfall, because the LCB has always been under the impression somehow that Department of Ag staff did that work, and so they were using part of that money to fund Department of Ag staff. The Department of Ag staff do not do that work. USDA Wildlife Services does that work, and so it created this nightmare. So now the money will stay at NDOW. The projects will be approved by the commission with the 80% threshold and with the involvement of the park committee. And then while NDOW will contract directly with Wildlife Services, our budget was fixed to basically balance. So now, and we didn't lose anybody or anything, so we'll have our 7 state Wildlife Service positions and all their expenses and everything, all inclusive, and for the first time in several years, budgeted and balanced. So we do not foresee having to go back to IFC and have continue, beyond retirements and things like that that are.
But that park committee will have more influence than they've had in the past over that particular account of funds.
Absolutely, and that's why specifically they added a sportsman and a licensed guide to that conversation. So now you will have 2 Board of Ag members, 1 representing the sheep industry. You'll have Farm Bureau representative. You'll have the State Department of Health epidemiologist. You'll have the Wildlife Commission. So those are representative, which are the 5 original positions, plus the sportsman and the licensed guide.
Thank you, Jim.
You bet. And I think that we're gonna have, when we go to the park committee tomorrow, I know the draft has already been developed. I'm not sure if it's been approved by the Wildlife Commission. If it has been approved by the Wildlife Commission, they'll have to bring it back because it's for 2016 and allow it to be reviewed by the park committee, and park committee to then comment on it, and then we have to take that into consideration, and then we'll do a reapproval, I guess. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if it's been approved. I know a draft has been developed. But we also have to get those positions in place on park before we can actually do the review. So tomorrow we'll be focused in the park committee on basically getting up to compliance with the new law and then moving forward from there.
Pete Paris,
Yes.
you have the floor. You raised your hand a while back, and I was too worried about your Christmas present and passed you out.
I was just gonna add to your, in the discussion that the capital tax that we have today has been in effect for 60 years. So, times have changed in 60 years, and we weren't intending on raising the cap. We just wanted to have the option to be able to, if we needed to, for the little growers. The sheep industry in the whole United States is having a lot of issues between bighorns and Department of Labor, and a lot of problems that with what we generate out of the head tax today, there's no way we'd be able to help ourselves. So in case we were to need something like that, was why the reason we just wanted to get that cap up there where we could.
Well, your numbers have gone down.
Oh, yes.
Huge.
From the time that head tax was, or that cap was in place,
Yeah.
it was almost 1 million sheep in the state of Nevada. Today there's under 100,000.
Yeah.
It's
like the gas tax thing, huh? Yeah, we make it more efficient and less, more fuel economy, we gotta raise the tax to make up for it.
Yeah, so that was part of it. That's all we were asking for, and that you could not get them to understand that for nothing, it seems like. So.
Yeah.
And we may have never raised it, or we may have raised it tomorrow. Nobody knew that answer, but we just wanted to be ahead of the game if we needed to, that
Right.
And based on this session, you know, if you guys are still wanting to do that, I would just suggest that we work together and figure out how to do it as a standalone bill. So that we can really focus on that and that doesn't get lost in the conversation.
Don't talk about raising things. You need to craft it somehow like we do for brand inspection fees for the cattle industry, is just make it, it'll be decided by the Department of Agriculture. Don't even talk about raising or caps or.
Is it actually a tax or is it a fee?
It's referred to as the sheep head tax, or the way it was structured back then, so it's actually identified in the tax, but I think you could have the potential to draft that in a different way, where it removed the amount and left the regulatory setting authority with the Board of Ag, which would then give the industry greater control and access. But that's all stuff we'll work with you guys and go back to the drawing board and figure out what'll work. I didn't foresee it having as many issues, especially because the industry was supporting it, so. Live and learn. 79 passed, obviously, it was the other part of the cleanup that was split out. SB 305, there's a bill that was introduced by Tig Cedarblum, and it basically legalizes research growing hemp in Nevada. They had a very expansive bill that, and I think this reflects the comments you just made. They had a very expansive bill that defined in great detail how that was all going to go down. And in some cases, the bill probably overstepped the federal law that gave the authority that was in the Farm Bill. And so, talking to those folks, I said, you know, why don't you give the same authority that the Farm Bill does? And the Farm Bill basically says that institutes of higher education and have the authority to grow and under research purposes hemp as for production and economic development and those, you know, parameters. And state departments of agriculture, along with state departments of agriculture being the regulatory authority over that crop. And so that did pass, and so at the next September session, we'll bring forward some drafted language to go to workshop and hearing and start developing those regs that will be associated with hemp production. So and that's just one example. You're going to see quite a few regulatory things from this session that are coming forward. So that's an example of what you were suggesting, actually. SB 447 is the medical marijuana bill that passed. It was fixed. It was sponsored, I believe, by Senator Bauer in conjunction with Metro PD. And there were several amendments put in on that bill, and some of those, obviously, like any session, were accepted, and some of those were not. For NDA, it basically comes down to, gives us more regulatory involvement and authority in medical marijuana than we've had previously. And I think it cleaned up some of the language that talked about, you know, the organic certification on medical marijuana, which we can't do because it's a federal certification, and marijuana is still federally illegal. But it gives us the authority to do, utilizing our chemistry laboratories, testing of the medical marijuana in different levels and sizes. And we'll bring more detail of that as we get staff to go through and decipher out what all that piece is. And then also NDA creating a list of acceptable pesticides for use on medical marijuana. I believe it also, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but where they had previously been required to contain growing, which meant, you know, totally enclosed with grow lights, that's now been expanded to be contained in greenhouses, as long as the greenhouse is not transparent in a way that you can identify that it is marijuana that's being grown in the greenhouse, but still requiring the same security controls as what was involved in the original medical marijuana. But, so as we find out and figure out more of where we're gonna be in that, you'll see more. We'll probably have, again, another reg coming forward, related to, acceptable pesticides, for use in medical marijuana. And again, that was SB 447. SB 488, passed Monday night and, late in the session, and that was the, bill that had been modified, working with the Cattlemen's Association, and I'm going to get this wrong, Boyd, so I apologize ahead of time. Veterinary Medicine Association, I think that was the group, related to, again, FDA and FSMA rollout, and regarding the use of antibiotics in the livestock industry and in animals, and that its impact then on antibiotic resistance in humans. And so that basically would give us the opportunity to enter into a cooperative agreement with FDA to manage those programs within the state, much like Nevada is in a cooperative agreement with the EPA to manage EPA laws and rules in the state, so that we have Nevada folks that can be work with Nevada industry in implementing those. It was amended earlier in that week to add the language from SB 495 that had died in committee earlier, which was the feed portion, which we again had worked with the American, and I'm going to get this one wrong as well, the American Feed Association, something to that effect, and drafting that, what they call AFCO language, which is American Feed Control Officers Organization, their model language, so that we would be able to do and create a cooperative agreement again with FDA to inspect feed, and that's again regarding largely antibiotic substances that are being utilized in feed and control of that because of their concern of how that translates to immunity built by humans who consume that product. So both of those went through, and that will be as we engage. So I think August, I remember if it's August 1st, August 30th, the final rules from FDA come out on FSMA and all those different pieces, from produce to feed manufacturing to food manufacturing to all of these pieces. And so we'll have a better idea of what that's going to look like on that date, and then be able to bring forward proposals on what that regulatory piece would look like and what that cooperative agreement would look like, and how we would move forward on those. And again, that authority falls to the Board of Ag in terms of whether or not we would have a program, whether or not, what the fees associated with the program. Our obvious thought is that we can do it in a much more cost-effective manner on the industry than can be done by FDA and what they would charge to come out of DC or wherever they're coming out to do that work. And this is modeled.
Nothing.
What's that?
They don't charge nothing.
Yeah, I don't think so. And that just models basically what a lot of our surrounding states have done, like Oregon and such, in their engagement in programs. SB, and I know this is super boring, SB 441 creates craft food provision that will be housed at the Department of Agriculture, and that's some of the cottage food programs, and this one is specifically talks about pickling of foods. And there's a lot of information that's already out there, so we're going to collect that information, put it together in an information packet. We'll probably have some kind of digital test where someone who's going to be selling pickled products would come in, be given a study book, be able to come take the test and test at the Department of Ag and get a, whatever that certification is going to be titled, so that they can produce canned pickles and sell them through kind of the cottage industry out of production in small kitchens or home kitchens. Yeah.
The first customer. Peter.
Say it again, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, the health department was not real high on taking over and working with this piece, so that's why the Department of Ag came into effect in this one, so that we can hopefully facilitate it, and if we do not see it as a high health risk, and so that they want to make sure that it's certified, and again, it goes back to all this conversation I'm constantly having about traceability and greater controls and rules, whether you like it or not. I mean, it's coming from the Fed side. So that's how this all came down. SB 503 passed roughly a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and the bill originally contained $2 million in funding, $1 million for each year of the biennium that would be housed at the Department of Ag and be sent out to school, elementary, middle, and high schools that had 70% or greater free and reduced students in terms of lunch rolls. That would allow them to set up a breakfast program that is after the initial bell of the day. So right now, many of our breakfast programs are offered basically prior to the first bell. So if your bus doesn't get there on time, you may not, as a student, have a chance to participate in the breakfast, or if your parent drops you off right as that bell comes, you may not have the opportunity to participate. So what this does is basically creates a funding source, one-shot money over the biennium that they would be able to use to start up their breakfast after the bell program. And that could look like breakfast in the cafeteria after the initial bell. It could be breakfast in the classroom. It could be breakfast on the go. Left that flexibility with the school district, and what we foresee is that $2 million investment will bring hopefully somewhere a minimum $6 million in federal funds back into the state in reimbursements for free and reduced lunches and the paid lunches, because they have to get a reimbursement federally on the lunches that students pay for. But over the long haul, we'll continue to increase that amount of federal money that's coming into the state. Of course, that's buying food product that is benefiting students, but it's also benefiting the state's economy. And so that was passed, and that was one of the governor's top 5 initiatives, I believe. So we were pleased to be able to see that move forward, especially when it will return more federal money into the state. In terms of our budget, we did pretty well. We had some of the travel requests that we had that were trimmed back. We didn't get all of the positions that we put in for, but we got probably, I'd say, most of the positions that we put in for. Our new positions will include a Public Information Officer 1, and that'll be kind of like an October funding, and that'll be in the administrative division. We received an Administrative Assistant 3, again for the administrative division, that'll do travel and all those pieces that currently we have professional staff doing for themselves. The idea of freeing up more of their time to be focused on their specific programs. So that's what the part of the division administration got. We had another IT professional added, an IT professional 2 that will report to our IT professional 4 in the food and nutrition division. That's a federally funded program that is a October 1 start as well. We've got 2 quality assurance specialists in food and nutrition, and basically what that is the folks that will go out and review all those federal grants that we receive that are flow-through money that go out to the school districts to feed students. They will be reviewing those grants, go out on site and doing on-site monitoring of the programs to ensure that they're at the level they are. Those 2 are July 1 hires with the effective July 1. Again, federally funded positions. We had 2 FDIPR, which is the, I'm just not going to, can you help me?
It's the food program on Indian Reservation.
Yes, thank you. And because we've seen an increase in caseload there, that was recommended by the federal FDIPR program, and those will be 2 positions that will be going out to Indian reservations and assisting in that program. Those are October 1 starts, I think. And again, federally funded through those programs that are for that purpose. We got one microbiologist position in food and nutrition. That's funded through the dairy program as we've had the increase, and Alan can maybe talk to this a little bit. We've expanded our dairy laboratory. Much of the testing that we used to have done at the state lab at UNR, we're now able to do in-house. We've also met with the DFA powder milk plant and have identified what kind of testing specifically they need, and their testing is currently going out of state to be done to see what we would have to do to get to a level where we could service completely the DFA plant that's in Fallon, and with some expansion of equipment there and with this metrology position that we got, that'll give us the capacity to do that, which again will then expand our feed capacity and put us in greater working relationship with the ag industry directly in the state. And then we have potential down the road to, again, enter into cooperatives with FDA to do some of the food production testing requirements that have come through from FSMA on that piece. So it just gives us, again, greater capacity to work with Nevada businesses on that federal law that's coming through. In terms of the employee side, so that's largely what we got in terms of positions and significant budget changes and in greater detail available for further information. It looks like what we were able to decipher yesterday, they had come out in the bills. We will no longer have employee furloughs. Those were eliminated. There was a 1% in the first year of the biennium and a 2% in the second year of the biennium increase to cost of living, whatever you want to call it, for classified employees. Unclassified employees were kept flat in their salary rates. Longevity pay was eliminated. And then we referenced the staff. There are some changes in PERS. The largest percentage of the changes in PERS, the Public Employees Retirement System, are for new hires after July 1 of 2015, in which case they changed a lot of the retirement dates. I think one example is 30 years in, you can now no longer retire at any age for 30 years in. I think you have to be 45, something like that. And then at 15 years, they changed that level, and at 10 years, so on and so forth on what your age is, going up to 65 on those age changes. And for employee or paid staff, their rate's going to go up 1.5% on the PEBS, our Public Employees Benefits Program, the health paid benefits, and that was all done through SB 513 in the last hours of the session. And so that's the highlight, exciting, dynamic presentation of the Director's Court and the legislative. A couple of just quick things. FSMA, as I mentioned, is coming out with the final rule in August. The Governor's Drought Forum was formed. I'm serving as one of the members on the Drought Forum. The agency, from our perspective, we're going to be looking at some Drought Forum programs and models that have been done in other states to talk to citizens both in rural agriculture production, urban agriculture production, and then in general as citizenry on ways to conserve water. As I'm sure many of you know, the Waters of the U.S. Rule came out this last week, I believe. The H2A rule comment period closed on June 1st, and I think Pete's going to talk about that in board comments later on. The governor did put forward a letter of concern to the Secretary of Labor on that. We did go through an audit with the Department of Administration, which we'll be presenting to the audit committee.
In about 2 weeks.
Yeah, a couple weeks June sometime. And then once we're done presenting to the audit committee, it's go public, and then we'll bring that report back to the Board of Ag. There is one portion of that report that you'll need to make comment and have some involvement in. And then as a final update, after July 1, we have the authority for purchase of iPads for board members, and then we will be taking, finally, our board materials and everything digital. And so you'll be able to utilize your iPads during the meetings, prior to the meetings, to be able to pull that information up. At that point, we'll also probably give you a Department of Agriculture email address for, associated with your roles as board members, so on and so forth. And we'll have each one of those set up for each one of the board members to use and operate. So, FYI, that's kind of that was. And no more package, that's the idea, we're going paperless. So with that's my report. If you guys have any questions for me.
Any more questions for the director in relation to his report? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to, we're going to move items 5B, the presentation by Mr. Roper, the State Forester, and move that up next. Robert, so you have the floor.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Bob Roper. I'm the State Forester for the Nevada Division of Forestry. I recently took a position in February, and I just wanted to present with you a couple of changes in NDF, as well as a piece of legislation that many of you might be interested in. The Nevada Division of Forestry has, for a long period of time, has had what we call all-hazard fire departments in the counties. And there was legislative direction to eliminate that and ask those counties to provide those services again. That way, NDF was able to focus strictly on the wildland fire program. That program is coming through and it will be finalized in July 1 of this year. And the other part of the program is what we call our wildfire fire protection plan. And what happens there is each of the counties can pay into NDF a fee. And what we do is we become basically the all-state insurance agent, where we underwrite the county's cost as they respond to a wildland fire. So NDF, as we pulled out of physical resources back into the county, we're actually still there as far as the liability for the cost of fire suppression out there. So you will see NDF out there working with the counties. Part of working with the counties is trying to build capacity. We will be taking federal excess property. We'll be taking other assets we have in training programs, try to enhance what the counties have so that we have a robust fire response in the system. That leads us to the piece of legislation, which was AB 163, that we introduced into the legislature, and it's on the governor's desk now for signing. AB 163 creates what we call the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. These are groups of farmers, ranchers, utility companies, or private businesses in, I'll say, small geographic areas that can form themselves, and that they will now be allowed to respond to initial attack fires to control them in a small size. This could be small lightning strikes out on a ranch to a larger fire, but again, this builds our capacity. In the past, what happened, we've had several different groups form and were self-responding fires, and they ran into trouble with some federal fire agencies, told them to go home. The purpose of this, again, is to build capacity, and this is supported now by the Interior Secretary's directive on the Sage Grouse Initiative. In her directive, she fully supports the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. And in the enabling legislation that we got through, we have full support of the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to help NDF with funding and personnel to help do the training and to make these successful. So what's happening now is we had a work group that created these regulations as we were doing the enabling legislation. Once the governor signs it, then we are asking the governor to enact his emergency regulation provision. That allows us to go ahead and begin the program with the current regulations we have in draft for 120 days. And then we'll take those emergency regulations and begin the regulatory process that some of you are aware of. And that will require public hearings and so forth. But that will have all the final rules of engagement on how these groups are enacted, how they grow, and how they're administered. But basically, what we want is these groups to have self-determination. Once they form, they'll go to either their local fire district or to the county's commissioners to ask for formation based on the criteria that's out there. Then NDF or the local fire protection agency or the federal partners, we'll come in, provide the training, the personal protective equipment, the radios, and so forth, so we can make them work. So it's going to be a good program. We just got to get it up and going, and enabling legislation, once the governor signs it, we're off to the races. The last thing I just want to bring up to you for as we go into this drought climate with a fire season that's going to happen, it's just ticking, is the issue just about water supplies. We know that for a lot of the cattle ranchers and so forth, there's isolated ponds out there that are going to be stressed to take care of livestock at the same time. When we do have a fire, we may need to access that. I just want to let all of you know that under emergency situation, the fire agencies can access the water, but we're also required to either pay the rancher back for the water or replace it. So under emergency, we may not contact you before we access the water, but if it's in the planned environment, we know the fire's in the area, there will be a representative from the incident making contact with the property owner to try to get that pre-authorization and how they want that handled. So I just wanted to be clear on that. So that's quickly my report, and I'll take any questions. Yes, sir.
Charlie.
I would like to ask you about doing a little proactive, like grazing before the fires start, and working with the Nevada University of Nevada Cooperative Extension. They've done a lot of research on grazing with goats and sheep and everything. Is your division in charge of that also, or who isn't responsible for the grazing, proactive?
Well, I'll say we're not responsible for the grazing, but what we would like to do is work with ag and work with the Cattlemen's Association and with the other livestock entities to create programs that there may be grant funding available to change fence lines, to change grazing practices, because it has been proven that if you graze properly, that we can control fire easier. And so what we need to do is try to coordinate that. Instead of putting scars of dozer blades on the hills to create fuel breaks, we can do it with animals too. So it's environmentally, it's more aesthetically pleasing. But it's through an education process. We don't have the authority to change your grazing practices, but through education and you understanding how, and if we can provide grant funding to support it in different practices, we're all for that. Yes.
So I apologize, I've not had a chance to read this legislation, so I'm kind of blind on this, but on a fire situation on federal land, who then takes the lead on that fire? The federal agencies, the state or the county board? Who takes the lead on that, especially with respect to response time?
Well, on the general fire where it happens, the agency has jurisdiction over the land is responsible. Let me just explain for the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. If a rancher is out away from any structures from a community, there's a lightning strike and they can see the smoke and it's isolated to one or two trees, the legislation empowers them, once they're formed, to go out there and take care of it on their own property. Then
on federal land as well, on their allotment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What we wanted to do is make sure, and under the Interior Secretary's direction, it doesn't matter whether it's on federal land or private land, as part of this program, the goal is to put the fire out.
Yeah, because we've had numerous instances in this state where the federal agencies have stood around and watched those fires grow, build to a certain size, and then they get about fighting the fire. And we've had ranches burned down this way. Their fire management practices are deplorable. And they're criminally prosecuting a guy in Oregon for trying to prevent his own ranch from being burned out.
Yeah.
So this is wonderful.
I can provide back to staff the website for the Interior Secretary's report.
I'm surprised they supported it, to be honest with you. Fire's big money for them.
And the changes that have been done, I tell people, my thanks is to the sage grouse. Because without the sage grouse, we wouldn't have some of the proactive things that are at least in writing now. We're still waiting to see how it's going to be practiced.
Thank you.
Mr. Barbie.
Question, Robert. We call it forage, you guys call it fuel. With the spring rains that we've gotten as of late, I'm hearing that we've got some pretty good forage out there. What are you guys seeing on your side relative to fuel load?
The fuel load, especially out in northeast Nevada, has gotten with that late rain. We've gotten like 3 crops of cheatgrass. You know, we can see the different stages of it. So again, southern Nevada is the typical conditions. Up in this area, it's about average, but northeast, we have plenty of fuels or forage for that.
Any other questions for Robert? Yes, Tim Duffarina.
Yeah, when you said they're coming out in July with these regulations, you guys are gonna, with this wildfire, deal? They're coming out in July, and that'll go to the county, and then so anybody that wants to form their group, they can go into the county. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, the draft regulations that we'll use during this 120-day period, we already have them done. And so once the governor signs the bill, they'll be made available, and that any group that wants to form can. So as soon as that happens, we'll be reaching out to the Cattlemen's Association, we'll be coming back to Ag, and we'll be asking, here's the information, if you want to form, contact us, and we'll help you along.
And I assume that that'll be well, I'll have to check on it. I assume it'll be like a 24-hour deal or whatever till the Bureau shows up, or? I guess they'll probably say how it is in the regulation.
Yeah, there isn't any set time. This is full empowerment of these RFPAs to go out and take care of the action, and irregardless if the feds show up or not. But also, if there's any groups here that would like to ask me to come speak to any of their associations further about the legislation, we're happy to do that, to give you more details.
Any other questions for Robert? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Very informative. Okay, we've gone a little bit over an hour. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a recess, take a break. Just so you know, we are going to go out of order again on the next item. And item 6, the plant industry, either A or B. I haven't decided yet which one we're doing first. I need some more info on those two. But that's what we're going to do, so we'll take about a 10-minute and come right back.
Okay, we're back on the record. The time is 10:22. And before we go ahead and continue with the next items, I didn't realize, maybe to explain a little bit more about my style of chairing in a meeting, and I apologize, is I'm not a real stickler too much on protocol. They didn't have FFA when I was in school, even though I was raised on a farm. But I do know how to run a meeting and run one efficiently, and I'm not that big on protocol. In fact, I feel really bad. Whenever I say, does anybody have a question, I mean that for everybody, board members and the audience. And I apologize for that, but I found out during Mr. Barbie's report, some people had some questions on the legislation. I thought it was awful quiet out in the audience. But now that we have that clarification, Dave, I think you had a question real quick.
So, and I allow under each item, you know, I don't know if anybody knows, but under Nevada meeting law, you're only allowed to talk under one item, and that's public comment. It's completely up to the chair to allow, and I allow everybody to ask questions on any of these items. We very seldom have the staff usually outnumbers the folks that are visiting us by quite a bit, so we usually don't have too much public input. So I try to let everybody have an opportunity to speak. So I will allow you to ask Mr. Barbie a question based on his report.
I really appreciate that. All ag people are concerned about this growth receipts tax. We fought the margin tax last year, and we successfully won, but it took a lot of effort and a lot of education. How does the ag department here done any studies on this current growth receipts tax, and how is that going to affect ag in the long run? And I was wondering if you can give me some input on that, because we're all up in the air on this thing, having fought so hard to defeat the damn thing last year and have it reintroduced into legislation, and now it's going to impact agriculture. So I want to know if you have any input on that, Jim, based on your down there at legislature.
At this point, I don't, because we have, you know, we were looking to see what was going to come through and what was going to be the final decision, and so on and so forth, like everyone else was. So we, at this point, haven't done any analysis. Once, you know, I know the Governor's Office on Economic Development will do analysis, and then we'll be pulling some information from that, and we'll probably engage with UNR and looking at some of that, because we do not have an economic, what do you call it, impact? Yeah, an economic person that works here. We have basically, you know, your order trade and promotion and those kind of pieces. So I really don't have information to form it.
Am I not correct in understanding that in terms of ag production, that anything we export out of the state of Nevada, it is not taxed under this current gross receipts tax?
I don't have the answers for you, Dave.
All right.
Honestly, don't. I mean, my focus was on things that were directly ag specific.
All right.
I know Farm Bureau has done some looking at that, and I could direct some of that information from Farm Bureau to you, but that wasn't really my focus during the session.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
sorry, I don't have a better answer.
All right.
Just a little sidebar on that, when growth was the king of the economy in the state of Nevada, they made sure that a economic impact statement was done before any government entity raised fees. And that's a state law that was passed. So the growth community wanted to make sure any increase was fully vetted, and everybody got a chance to say what that impact would be to their business.
What happened to that?
It's still on the books. An economic impact statement is still there. It's mainly for cities and counties. If they have any kind of fee increase, they have to go out and do an economic impact study to see what it will do to the businesses, increasing that fee. Charlie?
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to put an agenda item on for our next meeting on that subject? Because I think it's really important that we, as a board, discuss the economic impact that may or may not have on agriculture. And I think it also should be a possible agenda item that would be voted on, to have a position that the board would have on what the economic impact would have, what the governor's proposed legislation would be in the economic impact.
We'll put that on, Dennis. You'll have some background work to do, and we'll be in touch in the meantime. Sort of see what we can do and how we can go about it the right way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Barbie or any of the previous items? And of course, we lost Robert, didn't we? Our forester. So, did anybody have any forester questions? Don't light any matches this time. That's good. Yes, sir.
I just had a question on AB 77. I know it's been changed significantly since it was submitted, but it's kind of been referred to as sort of house cleaning, housekeeping, but I've read over it several times, and there are actually provisions in there to significantly restructure the way the Plant Industry Division deals with growers, including bringing every grower in the state under the Department's supervision and inspection with requisite fees. And I'm kind of, the other thing that I didn't hear about is in the original AB 77, there was a proposal to introduce a new NDA stamp for meat, take a position from the Health Department and inspect all retail meat facilities, as well as a provision that was originally in the bill for the department to be able to exercise a character assessment of anybody applying for a vendor certificate. And I'm just wondering how much of that stuff that significantly restructures the department and fundamentally changes the way the department basically their taxing and inspection ability over all the growers in the state. I just feel like that's not being portrayed quite as what the bill allows the department to do. Is there any way you could address the significant changes that this allows the department to take, in addition to just being a housekeeping bill?
Yes, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to allow some leeway with Mr. Barbie to explain this, because AB 77 should not be a part of the next discussion that's coming up. So I hope the way he presents it right now will shed some light, so we don't have to come back and rehash it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dick.
And first off, I'd ask that you, as we go through this, I'll make some general comments, but then you reference specifically, specific sections that you're referring to. Otherwise, it's I see create their rounds deal, so that specifically address what the concern is. In general, there is no restructure of plant division. I'm not sure where that's coming from, and AB 77 doesn't do any of that. The thing I think you're referring to, and I would reference that I saw Rob Hawley's article yesterday talking about Section 133 and certification of producers of farm products. And I think that Rob raised some good points there. When we put that in, it wasn't our intent to certify under the producer certificate hay producers and some of those expansions. But it also, statute, if you read down further, and actually what Rob quoted gives us the leeway to may charge fees, right? So that means that we don't have to charge fees. So I would look at those portions, because really what we're trying to accomplish is what FSMA, the Federal Food Safety Modernization Act, was passed in 2012, is requiring us to do, and for Department of Ag to be a player in that versus it just being an FDA direct to Nevada producers. As a member of the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture, we've seen how that program has been implemented in some states. Specifically, there's been some real flare-ups in North Carolina and Oregon, and have folks specifically come out from FDA to have no background or understanding of agriculture whatsoever, and do inspections on production farms, production facilities, and trying to be polite in how I say this, has been kind of ridiculous. And so what this portion gives us the opportunity is to identify who those folks are that are either direct selling through a producer certificate, for traceability. As we're all aware, we've had some bacterial disease issues that have arisen, and that's what drove FSMA. But for the producers that are actually producing, to be able to identify who those folks are so that we have a trace back, if we already have the producer certificate that does that. If you're an organic producer, then that information is already there and provided, and there wouldn't be any additional requirements. So what our intent was to basically bring in the vendor portion from those folks that are coming either from out of state or that are buying and then selling at a farmer's market that are off the radar, as it were, that we're not familiar with, and that we don't have somewhere identified that they're doing that. When we put this bill forward, there was, again, as I stated previously, there was no fiscal significant impact that we saw that was gonna happen in terms of revenues. So this isn't a big tax collection fee. And as a matter of fact, when this bill was amended, it went from a 2/3 requirement vote to a majority vote because all of those fees were eliminated. I think going back to some of the points that Rob made, you know, we would look at from the hay producers as the example that we haven't had in this previous to this. That would be basically an online system, no charge. I'm even thinking maybe we could do that through the buying about promotion piece where, you know, we just know that they're hay producers, they're out there. But we're given the flexibility, and that's not our concern because there's really not a human health concern, you know, obviously in hay that's going to livestock, as you guys are aware of, producers. So it's kind of a general statement. Now, if you want to specific, because you quoted something about character.
Well, yeah, in the original bill, the produce vendor certificate required a character assessment on the part of the Department of Ag.
I'm not sure about a character assessment.
That's how the way it was portrayed.
You're gonna have to show me, you're gonna have to give me a section.
Okay, that would have been under, I think it was 124 where it started about the produce vendor. But to tell you the truth, Jim, it's not, I think because that was stricken, it's not an issue. It's just that reading the overall bill, it seemed to give the department a whole lot of leeway to do things that, you know, with
several things that I know have been referenced in it are portions that were already state law since '61 and that were not new. I mean, were not things that were being added into there. So the only thing I can think of that you're referencing in terms of the character, because I'm looking at 124 is actually free sale certificate.
Maybe 125 following on with produce vendor.
Yeah, it's not in there, so I'm not sure what it is. The only thing that, you know, any licenses that we give out or certificates that we give out, even beyond plant industry, we have, and I'm trying to think of the exact language, basically the authority to suspend for due cause. Now, there's an appeal process involved with that. The example I would use, because it's the only time we've had any of this ever come up, was being I think it was a pesticide applicator, where we suspended a license that they were operating on because of activities that were breaking law. And then they actually appealed that back to the agency. That's done at the division level, and they appeal that back to the agency, to the director, and then I hear basically as a hearing officer both sides of the issue, what the proposal is, and I'll look at Dennis in case I screw this up. And then basically would make a ruling on that, and then they would be able to, if they felt like they didn't get due process or due justice, to appeal that to the local district court. But that's a process that exists across all of our licenses, and it's pretty common in government. In terms of a character evaluation, I'm not familiar with that in any statutes, and it surely wasn't.
That was spelled out pretty clearly.
You don't have to give me the section for me to.
Okay, well, I won't mind doing that, because I actually have a copy that has that contained in it, and it was struck out before it was actually moved through the committees, which was reassuring. But the only other follow-up I had was on the...
If it was struck out before it was removed for the committees, then it was old language that we had proposed to be stricken.
Okay,
that's how a bill, so when we draft a bill, basically it'll have red language that's struck and through, which is language that we're suggesting removed, which, as I stated, is the largest part of AB 77 and why we refer to it as a cleanup bill, because there was a lot of old language in there. Again, some of the meat language that you're referencing, I think, was in chapter 283, and one of our big goals there was in one section it would say the Department of Agriculture is, shall, will, and then it would say, in contradiction, a couple of clauses down, the Department of Health and the state health officers shall, and it was really confusing on who was supposed to be doing what. And so we sat down in this last biennium with that agency and went through and tried to clean up and clarify that, and so that had a tremendous amount of cutout. Another example was the one I used about the petroleum in the ground tanks that, you know, obviously the Department of Ag does not have those authorities or do any of that work, but it was sitting in there as old language. When I came on board and started reviewing the statutes that exist for agriculture, the largest percentage of statutes, the largest percentage of statutes hadn't been adjusted or changed since I think it was 61 when they did a major reformation of the whole agency, the Board of Ag, and everything kind of dated back to that date. And so that's where we've made proposed changes and adjustments in 13 session, and then did the same here with 77.
Just one more quick one on another part of it. What about the meat inspection? And it specifically gave the department permission to work with Wolfpack Meat, well, not Wolfpack Meats, but it said UNR and other meat packing facilities to implement a new NDA stamp for any carcass processed in the state.
Again, give me a section. I can take a guess, but you're going to have to.
Oh, I just assumed that since it was submitted on the part of the Department of Ag that you would be familiar with that, but it seems like a pretty big program to implement
It's an 82-page bill, and I want to be very specific to the response I give you, Mark, because I want it to be accurate.
Well, I mean, is there a desire on the?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna stop this discussion right now. The problem is, there's gonna have to be some one-on-one with you, Mark, to try to figure out where this language is, and we don't have the time to do that. I would like to respond to some of your concerns that are important, because you weren't the only ones in this session that had an issue with FSMA. And I don't know what your involvement is on a day-to-day basis, but Mr. Spratling's gone. You have 3 active people in the Nevada Cattlemen's Association on this board. And what we were looking at in this legislation was, do we want the feds to come in and take control of our state on all of these requirements, or do we want the state of Nevada? And that's the big decision we're facing. The unfortunate thing is, because of this funding thing, which the gross receipts I can't understand, but we can't get any funding now to pay for this program. So it's obviously going to have to come out of somebody's pocket. I just wanted you to know that's the entire legislation session. We're facing this issue of what do we want, who do we want controlling these statutes? Do we want the feds to come in and do it, or the state?
Well, I appreciate you addressing that, because the issue, it's not, I don't mean to question specifically why the state's doing this, but it does, from our perspective, as whether it's the feds or the state, it's like when somebody proposes that there's going to be another level of bureaucracy or a new implementation of some kind of inspections and fees, sometimes it's hard to discern whether or not it would be better for the state to have that or the feds to have it.
When the reason I brought Mr. Spratling's name is when we went to the legislature for the actual committee meeting that day, when he went in there, we were split. Mr. Spratling spoke against the bill. So that's kind of the conflict we have in our own organization, is people are just saying out of principle that we don't want another layer of bureaucracy. And I'm the same way. I don't want that. But at the same time, I don't know if the feds coming in and taking over when we could probably do it and have a little bit more control, the industry.
And I went through that section. I can't find the specific stamp language. I will say that, it has been brought to us as a department, and the only thing, if that's in there that I could reference, that would be regarding, is it's been brought to the department several times by largely small producers that they would look for an opportunity for the Department of Ag to return to having a state inspection program for the system versus a USDA program, because there are more flexibilities when a state can do their own inspection of meat product versus being under the USDA stamp to be the state stamp, and especially since they had a rule change, I want to say 2 years ago, that opened state inspections up for connected interstate transport between meat product. In general, anything that we're trying to put forward from the Department of Agriculture is intended to help the industry. That's one of the first, if you look at our statutes in 561, that's one of the first initial statements here for the promotion and the protection of agriculture. Do at different times we get it wrong? Absolutely. And I think that's what's great about the agriculture industry is we have those conversations. And that conversation that Davey's referring to happened to, or the chairman, sorry, it happened actually in front of the committee, in front of Senate Natural Resources. And then we were able to go back and make adjustments to that to get everybody on board. And that's specifically what the legislative process, as you're marking, is for. And so we're more than happy to engage. I think in terms of some of the concerns about fees associated or costs associated with 77, they just don't exist. And that's why it was actually reduced from a 2/3 bill to a majority bill. And trust me, anything that has any hint of bringing in new revenue, LCB sniffs out and puts a 2/3 declaration on it. And we specifically went through them, okay, what's a fee? What do you see as a fee? We did not consider them new fees, which is why they didn't show new revenue in our budget. What do you consider? And we'll strike it. And that's what we wound up doing to be able to get it down to a majority vote, so that we felt we could get through because we were concerned about the 2/3 requirement.
Okay, yes ma'am.
How will the cost of enforcing these bills be covered? As far as, you talked about getting produce vendors that come in from out of the state, inspect it, and all of the...
And they would register, certificate, so basically that we know, their name, their business location, who they are, in case we had a disease or a bacterial breakout, that kind of food safety issue, thank you, sorry. And somebody said, oh, well, it was so-and-so over at this farmer's market that I got that produce from, then we can go through that vendor because they're not a producer in Nevada, they're not a organic certified producer, they're not on the radar otherwise. So we say, oh, this is Joe Blow that's from such and such, and then we can get a hold of them. So that the idea being obviously protect public safety, and then it'll get further. You're aware of this.
Yeah, it makes sense, but how will those costs be covered as far as any administration time?
We're going to have to cover the cost because the specific fee tied to that was cut out of the bill.
So it's going to be a fee coming from the Nevada Department of Ag?
No, I just stated that 77, to get it through, so it would protect public health, we basically had to eliminate that section. So basically that's going to be a deferred fee across other programs.
Okay.
Until we can figure out another way. I mean, ideally, we would want those people to pay a registration fee. But, the cost with that, it's not like we're actually doing an inspection with those, they're just registering. I'm so-and-so, I sell produce, here's who I am, here's where I'm at. And I think it talks about what they would put in there, which is similar to the produce certificate. And then the producer certificate is basically a one-time inspection beyond any significant changes they made in their production, which is a $50.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on with the agenda, and that's item 6. And we are going to start with 6A. We have a presentation from the Advisory Council on Organic Certification Program, Mr. Rob Hawley, Mr. Rick Gladden, and Nicole Salaberry, in that order according to the agenda.
And you guys, however you're comfortable, I mean, you can use the table up here, or you can use because we can zoom in on the table, right? So you can use the table and sit down to present, or whatever. The podium, whatever you're most comfortable with.
And I just put you in alphabetical order, so that's how that happened.
If you want to go in a different order, that's fine.
Hey, Rick, you want to do this together or one at a time? Okay. The lectern, I like that word. The lectern works good. My name is Rob Hawley. I'm one of the individuals that's been appointed to the Organic Advisory Council. And I'll limit my discussion to the matter of the organic program and not AB 77. And basically what I wanted to encourage you to do is consider the impacts that the department's decisions have had and will have on the industry as you guys determine how you want to move forward. I know, having long experience with state budgeting process, personal budgeting and at work, managing large budgets, that $65,000 oversights are just not something that in my line of work has ever been acceptable. And so it came as a shock a week after the budget had been presented in Carson City to find out that the department budget didn't balance and that the program was in jeopardy when we had not been made aware of that previously. So that's a challenge. It's a challenge for us. I think it's a challenge on how you guys want to move forward. And what I want to bring to light, Kunal Patel, who's our council chairman, is flying back from London today. He has an international business dealing with organic teas and other things that stretches clear to India. A lot of retail packaging is involved in his business, and he stands to lose in the recertification process hundreds of thousands of dollars because he has to relabel his product. His organic certification information is on his packaging, and it may not be valid at a point in the future. So, and anybody who sells retail is having to deal with that same thing, although granted on a much, much smaller scale. So the costs of the state losing the system are not merely in terms of the cost of certification, but in some of the marketing and advertising and packaging costs that farmers and producers incur when they get their product to market. And we have already lost some producers, we've lost some processors because it's to a point, and I was involved in the last process of recommending the increases in the fee structure. It's to the point where further increases in the fee structure would make it more cost prohibitive, perhaps, most likely, than going with a private group from out of state. And so we're starting to see people leave Nevada's program because of that. And if we were to raise the fees, that would solidify that, I think. So you guys are in a little bit of a tight spot. I would encourage you to look at the budget tracking and figure out how this could happen. The more advanced notice a stakeholder can have that the program is going away is desirable. And I'm not saying that I think the state should subsidize it either. If it needs to pay for itself, it needs to pay for itself. But the timing was rather inconvenient. We've done a lot of research. Kunal, I wish you were here to present it. Nicole's going to have some of that research available for you on whether or not a fee increase would make the program sustainable, or whether or not there are an increase or a larger number of available producers in a pool to join the program with the state, or a combination of those. We were asked to consider going to Carson City and solicit funding to balance the budget and recover the costs for a year. It's disconcerting to go down and start talking to legislators to find that the same legislators are hearing from the department that that's not going to be a viable option. So instead of continuing to ask for funds, I elected not to do so. And that's the word that I heard from the legislators. So that is secondhand, and that's the impression I was given. So if that's not true, that's just what I was hearing. So I know this is a tough spot, and there are outside certifiers that are available. Some producers are using them. Some are planning to use them, as are the producers and packagers. I just want to encourage you not to, other than a regulatory aspect, to divorce NDA from the organic industry. It's not one of the, but it's the largest sector in the growing sector of agriculture in the country, and in many areas of services and products provided, it's one of the largest sectors economically across the board as far as consumer products. So, and there are others that you see in Nevada with brewing, with distilling, with local production of grains. A lot of those things are starting to really take off, but organic production is at the top of that. And I would just encourage you, as you weigh these issues, as you hear the other committee members share their perspectives, as you hear the directors share the department's perspective, that you really look and see how the department can continue to be involved in the certification of producers and in the promotion, the actual promotion of the industry that's growing in Nevada. That's people ask about it when they move here, when you talk to people in the real estate and development business and people who are looking at bringing companies into this region, they want to know what kind of an organic community, what kind of organic products are available here. So I just want to encourage you to consider all these things as you make your decisions, knowing that there aren't any real easy answers, and the program does need money, and it's not going to come from the legislature unless it comes from the next session. And I would also ask you to consider if you determine to allow the certification program to lapse, that I would certainly certify with someone else, and I understand that that's a cost of doing business. But I would encourage you to consider Kunal, who's not here, and I've mentioned this before, and the large costs that some of these companies will incur. Ripples will be felt clear to India with a company trying to absorb several $100,000 in loss. I would encourage you to at least, if I know Director Barbie's committed to funding the program through the next fiscal year, through June 30th, 2016, and I would encourage you to consider funding that program for 2 years for the rest of the upcoming biennium, to allow some of these affected businesses to at least be able to recoup a higher percentage of the funds that they'll be losing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So I guess it looks like you're going in order, Mr. Latin. Are you going to go?
I think so.
Okay, good.
My name is Rick Latin. I'm a certified organic grower from Fallon, Nevada, but I'm what's called a both ways farm. I also grow conventionally. I grow alfalfa and silage corn conventionally for the dairies, and I grow a variety of crops from asparagus to zucchini for the organic program. I've been involved with the Department of Agriculture since I retired from the state in 1998 and decided, perhaps rather foolishly, to get into farming. And I would just like to take a minute to do some history of what the Department of Agriculture has been involved in and what it's meant to the small farm movement, and how things have changed between 1998 and 2015. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Nevada Grown Farmers Association, which was formed by the Churchill Economic Development Authority as an agribusiness initiative and funded in large part by the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program through the Department of Agriculture. I'm a member of the advisory board of the Western Nevada Specialty Crop Institute, Western Nevada College Specialty Crop Institute, which does farmer training in our area. That a lot of that early training started where? With money from the Department of Agriculture Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. We have in the state now, I will just name them because we don't have a lot of time, of the things that didn't exist in agriculture in 1998 in the state. Nevada Grown, Western Nevada Specialty Crop Institute, Buy Nevada, 501c3s, Local Farm System Network, Friends of Nevada Organics, the Senior Nutrition Farmers Market Program, which is run by this Department of Agriculture, the High Desert Farming Initiative, who does research at the University of Nevada, funded in part by grants from the Department of Agriculture's Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. We have the Fallon Farmers Collaborative, the Farm to School Network, School Garden Programs, the Farm to Fork Law, the Cottage Food Laws, the Pickle Bill, Local Food, Local Places funding, Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food program, organic orientation and certification programs done by the Department of Agriculture, We have the Great Basin Community Food Cooperative with thousands of members of committed people that buy organic and shop organic. We have the GAP certification program run by the Department of Agriculture. I think the reason I mention these things is the Department of Agriculture, particularly under Mr. Barbie's guidance, has expanded and broadened and increased the support to the local farming movement, which really got its start in the late 1990s. I think we ought to do everything we can, turn every stone to keep the Nevada Department of Agriculture as a source for orientation, training, and certification of organic farmers. I would encourage us to try and find the money to run it through 2017 so that we can go to the legislature and talk to them not about subsidizing a farm program, but supporting a dynamic activity for the economic development and the development of a viable, successful food industry in the state of Nevada. Organics is the largest growing, the smallest, and the largest growing segment of this industry. It's supported by the populations in the cities and the urban areas. It brings support for Nevada agriculture from people that traditionally have not supported agriculture. We need those people to have an agricultural community. We need those people to develop support for agriculture. Let's figure out a way to throw a few dollars into running an organic program for the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, Nicole, you're up.
Thanks for having me here today. My name is Nicole Salivary. I'm part of the Great Basin Community Food Co-op, and I've been on the Organic Advisory Council for a little over a year now. And just from what I've seen, the few meetings I've been to, there's a lot of transition on the council from the time that I joined on. The woman who became the certifier this year was actually voted the chairperson. In the next meeting, she was the certifier for the State Department of Ag, so there's a lot. I was trying to understand what the history and what was going on with the council. But I found that hearing about this budget shortfall at the timing that we did was really disheartening and frustrating and confusing for us. And so I would ask that anything in the future is presented well in advance and that budgets are clear. Because it is, as Rob spoke about, like for some of the producers, for Kunal, he has $500,000 in packaging with the Nevada Department of Ag logo on it for organic certification. For him to rebrand that, it's going to cost even more. So I concur with Rob's request and Rick's request to continue the program at least until the next legislative cycle, so that gives more time for his company and other companies to transition with their logos and whatnot, and or it gives the option that we can actually have a fighting chance at the legislature. Some of the study that Kunal went through with the budget, and Lindsay, the past certifier, I guess, is that increasing fees of the organic program and increasing the client matrix and increasing the client number would still leave a budgetary shortfall of approximately $30,000 a year. He did another breakdown where it showed with the different admin fees and costs that the program could actually be profitable within a few years. But if you guys think so, and if you've heard a lot of the constituents of the state speak up, organics are really important to many people that live in this state. We think that it's worth the time and money to actually promoting these products and building this economy that is growing astronomically over the past 20 years. One of the requests that we asked of the Organic Council to the Department of Ag is for the NDA to draft a strong business plan that includes marketing and promotion of organic products, because without that, there's no way anybody's going to even know what organic means. Farmers aren't going to know that there's a program, that they can access it, and consumers aren't going to know what the difference of buying organic is without their own research. So Thank you for your time today, and thanks for listening and all the work that you guys do.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, after, based on that, we'll go ahead, item A and B are actually combined, they're all linked together. So, we're gonna have some questions and answer period here with item B, but item B is the Department of Agriculture's presentation on where to move next. So we are on item B at this point. I'll turn it over to Director Barton.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. And we do have a reference in the packet under behind the organic council presentation, behind Nicole's 6A, 6B. We've identified there that this is the organic fact sheet that we put together and have been dispersing related to these topics. And then here in a second I'll go over some of the history, but just so you have some of this you can reference and be looking at while we're going through. There, I kind of identifies a flow chart to different possible actions that could be taken and what that would look like. And then finally, at the last part of that is the most up-to-date budgetary sheet that we have on the organics, and based on some other changes that have happened since this discussion started back in March. Some of the costs and the negatives have increased basically on the cost part. So a little bit of history, as I understand it, on the organic program. This was brought into place during the '97 legislative session, and was brought in as a may, in terms of the Board of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture may have an organic certification program and would have an organic advisory council. At that time, it was general funded. The staff that were actually doing the inspection work were general funded in that time as well. Much of the comments, much of the testimony that was put on the record at that point was that this would be a self-funded, self-sustaining program. I think in terms of how that was presented, the intent, as I understand it, was that the cost to the inspection part would be self-funding, because the staff, we were a very different agency then, was largely general funded up until 2008. They presented that as one-shot money in the '97 session, then in '99, in 2001, they continued to get that general fund. That general fund was largely aligned around the organic advisory council. So obviously 2008 we had a significant downturn. Some of you folks were here, I was not, but I know that we lost significant portions of the general fund in the agency, which really kind of reshaped the agency. We went from probably a general funded type agency to a fee-focused agency at that point. I know we lost a lot more staff. I know coming from the Department of Education, the cuts that were put on the Department of Agriculture were significantly greater than what we felt at Department of Education during the same time period. As that happened, those positions that were general funded were then turned to fees. And that's where, from what I can tell, the issues around sustainability in the organic certification program became significant and an issue. So in 2011, during my arrival, that was one of the first conversations that started, was the issues around funding organics. At that point, in the conversation, we basically said we want to bring up the price to more reflect what the private industry certification program equates to. And at that point, the conversation was, it'll still be lower than the private certifiers, and that will create a draw to bring in the remaining folks that weren't under Department of Ag certification at that point. Currently, there's a total of 78 organic producers that are certified statewide. And of that number, currently, we have 45, I believe. And that's all on that fact sheet that we have there. So that kind of takes us now to the fee program. And then as we've gone through, even from 2011 to now, we've seen either the general fund in the agency shift to or be eliminated from the fee programs, so the programs that have the capacity for collecting fees, and aligned with public safety health programs, which would be like our plant pathology, entomology, the animal disease laboratory, all of those programs that relate to the larger citizenry of public safety and public health. So in presenting our budget, we kind of talked a little bit about some of the concerns that Rob had relative to the, how does this get under the wire relative to the budget. The total budget revenue under 4545 year to date is $4.5 million. That's spread across 2 pages of different programs, right? So in that is the smaller program, one of the smallest programs, that equates to, from what I'm looking at, the budget that's in the packet, $183,000 in expenditures. One of the things that changed from 2011 to 2015 is through the audit requirements of the organics program. We realized that we didn't have enough staff hours, we didn't realize we didn't have enough staff hours. Basically, we were hitting the audit that we didn't have enough staff hours that were dedicated towards doing the paperwork and the labor portion of the certification program. So it required 3 staff that were assigned to it, because I'd have to refer to actually get down in the weeds on this. But basically, that audit said that, you have to have 3 staff that are, and I guess it's a self-check, differentiation of duties to make that happen. So that expanded some of the labor requirements, where we largely had 1 person in a secondary up to that point doing that. So that increased costs. As you're aware of things, and I'm sure that you guys, business folks are aware, things have not gotten cheaper, they've gotten more expensive. One of the conversations that we've had, and I heard this referenced in there, the administrative costs. One of the conversations that we've had is we've had significant administrative costs levied on the agency through the SWICAP. That cost is coming from above us, the Department of Administration, not necessarily the administration of the Department of Agriculture. And then also the administrative division is cost allocated, so there is a cost to all programs to be a part of the function. So that brings us to a review of the options that we presented, and we actually presented 3 options in March, and then through conversations with the Organic Council, added another option, but they're actually kind of tied together. So option number 1 is increase fees to make the program sustainable. We estimate that the fees would roughly double to triple in order to make the program sustainable. Currently, we are significantly less than the private certifiers, which then would make us more expensive than the private certifiers. And again, we have, I forget to say things because I've talked about this so much in different crowds, sorry. We have currently 9 private certifiers in the state that are certifying that gap between the 45 that we certify and the 78 total. Based on being more expensive than the private certifiers, it doesn't seem reasonable that that's a viable option in and amongst itself. I think the second option would almost be a combination with the first option, which is to increase certified organic producers and handlers to garner more of the total 78 than our current 45 organic certifiers. As our current fees are significantly cheaper than the private inspectors, and we still see 33 that have chosen not to certify through the MDA, it's unreasonable to think we would get them to join at a higher cost, because either way we would still have to have a higher cost to the inspection of the program than our current fee rate. Again, I would love to, I mean, these are folks that are already certified organic, so they know it exists and they know it's out there. It's not a matter of marketing. One of the recommendations is the marketing and promotion piece specific to organics. As you're well aware, we've made great leaps forward since the last session to do more marketing and promotion of agriculture as a whole, organic as well as part of that big picture of agriculture that we do. And we have done quite a bit of that specific to organic businesses through our Buy Nevada program. But everything more that we do, obviously, has a cost. In other words, investing more hours in promotion and such, specifically to organic, has a cost. Pursue general fund. This was recommended to the Organic Council in the March meeting, and upon review of the budget bills as of yesterday, which was the final budget bills, it does not appear that any general fund was placed in the budget for organic certification. And I appreciate very much Rob's comments, but I want to be very clear on the record. At no time was I to the legislature saying that that was not a viable option or a good option. To be frank, I tried to stay away from it. And for the same concerns that I mentioned in the initial organic meeting, as in this position and with the shape of the organization currently, it's inappropriate, I feel, for myself to go lobby for general fees for one fee-based program over another fee-based program. Because if I were to go do that on organics, then, you know, how do I, and be consistent, stand in front of the Cattlemen's Association and say, well, I felt like I needed to go lobby for general fund for organics, but I don't feel like I need to go lobby for general fund for livestock inspection. I mean, and to be frank, the livestock inspection is a regulatory requirement that we have to do, and the organic, again, is a may. And, so I lose my place. So, that, to address the general fund, to be really frank, my job would have been a lot easier had I been able to open up the budget bills yesterday and saying organic, $100,000 in general fund, right? Because this would be a much easier decision, because honestly, I think probably no different than the board, I struggle. We've engaged with small farms, we've engaged with the urban food movement, and we expect to continue to do that either way this direction goes. And, you know, as I've stated publicly previous to this, I think it's good to know that irregardless of what happens here today, organic certification in Nevada does not go away, because we do have options that keep organic certification at the Department of Agriculture. So, the fourth one, transition to third-party certifiers. As the third-party certifier offers the same product and none of the other options above seem viable, it is reasonable for this to be a solution to the problem. Add to this that 2 of the 3 trained staff to perform these duties, which we were not aware of in March, or I was not aware of in March, have left their positions in the past week. It is with some disappointment that I have to recommend that we would look at the private certifier position. I would do that with a caveat, and this is a comment, and I am going back directly on my word from the previous first organic certification meeting, where I had guaranteed that we would see this through to June 30th of 2015. Based on the cost of having to hire, and I was under the assumption that we had staff that were trained to do it, it would be difficult to hire a staff member that knew that position was not going to be there, obviously, and on top of that, to have those staff then paid to be trained, because that comes with a cost, and to be able to meet the June 30th date. I think the best that we can do, and I'll refer to Ashley to make sure I don't get this incorrect, is that based on how the certification program is established and set up, we can basically keep the certification program with the loss of staff through March 30th, 2016, as we stand today, and then focus on that time period to help the current 45 organic producers that we have transition to those private entities, those private certifiers. And I put this recommendation forward with a clear understanding of the cost that it will impact in terms of some of these businesses, and regretfully so, but based on dollars and cents, we're not left with a lot of wiggle room. If we were to continue to fund the program, which is also an option, deferring, because we do have the statutory authority to use these other fee programs to subsidize this program. I think it's important to acknowledge that the largest money revenue generated in that category is pesticide registration and PCO operator's license. And there's, a difference between organic and pesticide certification. I don't want to say they're in opposition, but there's a philosophy difference there, and I think that I have to bring it to the board's attention that could be an issue for sure. And then in the big picture of things, as the board is very aware, we've had to squeeze other programs and make management changes in order to try to keep fees down across the board on all programs, which is one of our major goals. It's one of the goals that you've assigned me with. And that's trying to garner efficiencies every way that we can. I would point to the livestock inspection account, to keep our reserves up as much as we can. And we do specifically struggle with the reserves in 45-45. And so there is that, and that's the account obviously that this program is located in. So again, to be clear, my recommendation representing the agency and staff would be that we keep the program in place till March 30th, of 2016, and then in that time, with our existing staff, work with the producers that are currently certified through the program and helping them transition to private certifiers. We have had at least one private certifier in all the press that's come out on this that has approached us and said that they would be willing to work with us to bring existing producers in without the initial cost, the initial application cost, and basically bring them in like they're a renewal, which is the cost on their initial registration. Of course, those fees and prices, I would assume, in the private side, like us, vary based on the size of the organic producer themselves. Currently, of the 33, at least one of the largest organic producers in the state is using the private certifier over Department of Ag.
Okay, here's how this is going to work. Since Mr. Barbie's presentation is done, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor up to the board members only. They'll have a brief time to ask questions about the report, and then I'll go ahead and open it up to the floor, the general public, and the 3-minute rule will apply, okay, when we go to that point. All right, so first one with his hand up is Mr. No.
Paul No for the record. I have a question on the producers that are not being certified by the state. Is there a reason in particular that they're going outside to private certification, even though the cost is higher? Is it just a matter of them doing business for them for such a long time that they just don't have the need to change or don't want to change?
I'll make a couple of comments on some of my perception on that, but then I'll actually refer you to Ashley to give you the for sure solid answer. As we are struggling financially with the program, we are a small organic certification program, obviously. And so my assumption along the way, and why you would have like a larger producer that's using the private certifiers versus us, is responsiveness. I mean, we you know, all of those staff, other than the one position, are doing other things, and then the organic piece. So the two of the three, organics is not their only assignment. So it becomes a matter of, you know, and hopefully when you're out in that direction and, you know, consolidating duties basically to defer cost on the producers as much as we possibly can, but then also on the workload. The one specific organic position is largely focused on just the large amount of paperwork that goes with that program. A comparison between organic certification and, for example, producer certification is, you know, in terms of hours of labor, is over here versus, you know, over here. We're just verifying, yep, they're growing stuff on their place, that's producers are going to get, which is also why you see much variance in terms of the cost of the license itself. But you can follow up to that.
Sure. A leading reason also would be buyer-driven. Sometimes whoever they're buying to wants them to certify through a certain company. So a lot of folks that have chosen to go through some of the third parties, they've chosen a specific one because that's who their buyer said, we want you to go through them. Similar to food safety, they may want them to go through a certain certifier. Even though the standards within organic would be the same, it's just kind of a buyer thing that occurs. Also, as Jim brought out, the transition is a lot. There's a lot of people involved, and that's kind of what we're up against. And encouraging someone to transition to another party that they're not established with is definitely time and labor intensive.
Well, you're going to be the first one I go to when we go to the public, so thank you. Mr. Charlie, Fred.
I have a couple of questions. I guess, number one, if we were to raise our fee for certification, I understand equal to the private certifiers, we, as I understand it, we'd still be in a shortfall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, how much would that be, and then how much of a shortfall would we have if we brought our level up to them? And then I understand this is a matter of economics for the producers, because it's like you got to do this no matter whether you're growing 100 acres or 5 acres. We're going to lose those lower level people, I guess, but we're going to lose those anyway, as the way I'm looking at it. So if that's the case, the question becomes, how close could we come to meeting the fee structure by increasing it? Because we've only certified like 57% of the growers. The private certifiers have certified the rest of them, and I'm assuming those are all big growers. And you see where I'm coming from?
I'll give you a quick kind of answer, and then I'm going to refer to someone much smarter than me to give you the detail. So I think that initially when we looked at it, and if we raised the price to equate roughly with the private, and it really is a kind of an apples to oranges. I mean, every group kind of charges on different scale and different, so it's hard to and talking to Canal, that's kind of conversation that we had as well. There was a field that would still be roughly $40,000-ish short, but that was then also before, under the assumption that we had staff that were trained and ready to go. With the hire of new staff to replace those folks, and then having to train those new folks, I would say early on it would probably then get closer to $60,000, somewhere in there, because that's not only the cost of the actual training, but then you got the travel and all the pieces laid in on top of that. And then
one of the options I know that the council really looked at was Utah state program, the fees range. And as Jim brought out, the range between each certifier is very, very different. And there's certain fees that they charge that aren't listed, that are hard to capture. Even email correspondence, some of them charge for that. So the third party, their billing was very challenging to grasp, but we did heavily look at what other state programs are doing. We want to see how other people are sustaining
And it was a very similar story. Either they're in the hole or they're partially generally funded. One of the options that we did see maybe as a possibility with Utah states, the range they
Time's
see-
up. Go ahead.
The range that they were on, it seemed like it wouldn't hit some of the little guys as bad, and a lot of the larger handlers or larger producers would pick that up a little bit more. So it had a better range, and it would increase, I think, our fees by roughly 60%, I'm guessing there. But again, they are also partially generally funded. They're, I think, 75 or 85% was fee-based. And their personnel were also cross-trained. Several of their personnel were cross-trained in organic. And that's one thing we've been trying to do, but with staff turnover or a whole other budgetary issue. So we didn't find a really viable option with these other fee-based.
And in general, on the state side, I mean, you've got six, including Nevada, you have 16 other states that offer the program. The rest of the states are fully into a private inspection program. And in comparing those and trying to see what we look like compared to the others, I mean, again, I can't reinforce enough, you know, a lot of those are supplemented through general fund of their states.
Or they're looking at increasing their fees this next year as well. So.
And they're all struggling to a certain level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question, Jim, Ramona Morrison for the record.
Ms. Morrison, you have the floor.
You have 2 FTEs in the new organic budget projections. So would they be full-time organic, or would they be crossing?
We would be, if it were to stay, that it would stay in the same form that it is currently, where basically we would have one fully assigned organic lead staff position, which manages the program, does the paperwork, does all that. And then you would have 2,
We have 2 part-time inspectors.
that are amongst multiple accounts that would be offsetting and hitting on the actual go out into the field part.
So, but it would equal 2 FTEs is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, yes.
Okay.
I get your question, I apologize.
And whatever work those people are doing in the field is being funded by those other programs as well. I think that
Correct.
accounting has been taken into consideration.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions by the board? And by the way, board, if we have any more follow-up, we can come back to it. So I'll go ahead and go to the public. Mr. Alan
I just got a
Ferrazzo.
question for you, Jim. If you could, okay, the organic started in 97, roughly. At that time, were they all being tested privately? Or was the department doing them all?
Well, the department wasn't doing any of them by
So it was all private
97.
before that?
If it was being done, it was private, and I may need some folks from the audience or to help me. I'm not sure when the national.
The national program was new too.
So it had come out recently to that.
I guess I'm just trying to figure in the beginning, is the ratio stay the same? Or in the beginning, the department certified 80% of it and 20 private, and then it went the other way, or did it go 20% with the department, or?
You know, I'm not sure at that point. All I can tell you is what I was able to garner from pulling the minutes out from the different hearings that they had while they were at the legislature. I would assume that at some point we went from a small percentage to a greater percentage of folks certified through us, and then I think, have we been kind of on an equilibrium since I've been here? I mean, we haven't had a lot of coming in, going out, have we?
We've actually received, since we've had the new staff, we've received several inquiries, but then people drop off, and it, like you said, it does kind of meet an equilibrium.
So that hasn't
it's not
changed over the last
significant, no.
20 years or whatever?
It's not something that bubbled up as a significant piece of.
And then my other question would be, this private individual that was testing has came to the department saying that he could cover?
One of the 9, there's 9 private certifiers, which are independent companies. I think one of them's one of the folks that does California, one of the folks that does Oregon. I mean, you get down in the weeds on that, but we had I don't even know which one it was, but we had a private inspection program that approached us and said, if this goes where it's a transition to private, we're willing to work with you offer to folks that are coming out to bring them in like a renewal versus a first time. Because I think your first time is more expensive because there's more paperwork involved.
We have to be very careful though on this part, from what I'm hearing. It can be looked in any way that we're showing to one private inspection firm any kind of favoritism, so. It looks like
I guess that
for
was
us,
my
that
question
would be.
Gabe, is there, I mean, I've heard a lot about the cost of labeling. Okay, evidently it must have our logo on it.
Correct, and so and that's where our proposal adjustment from June 30th to March 30th would represent those folks that are already certified by us. Their certification would end March.
Their certification would end March 30th, however, they would have 60 days to pursue certification with someone else and go through the process, and they would have 90 days after that point to use it with the certified by Nevada Department of Agriculture.
So that would be May, it's to find someone else, and then it would take you June, July, through August to actually change your labeling. So they could use labeling roughly through August, right?
They could use labeling until the end of June.
Okay, so they're concurrent, not.
Let me throw this out there, and I haven't been to any of the meetings.
So labeling we get through the end of June.
So I don't know what I'm talking about, but let me just ask you, is there a possibility that the department hires this private individual to do the certifications through the department? Or is that not part of the ball?
Kind of how the certification works is you have a certifying agent, so someone that's accredited by the National Organic Program. So there's several other accredited certifiers. For us to do something like that, we'd basically be absorbing a business and then having inspectors work in it. It's not the way the program's structured to do that.
See,
So in other words, the department couldn't use a private individual to do all the inspections in
We
the
could
state?
do inspections, we could not do the certifications.
We couldn't keep our label under someone else's,
Okay.
because,
That was the
so the way it's set up is that basically they have to go through certification with USDA, an application and all the process exactly the same way that we do. And they go through the exact same audit and then that's how they get ownership of their label that's being utilized. Is that correct?
Okay. Oh.
Just as a.
Hang on a second. Timmy, Mr. Anderson was first. Go ahead.
So forgive me if I'm asking you to repeat yourself here, but I don't remember hearing the council. Did they come to a group decision or a recommendation in this?
As I heard, and you guys correct me if I missed this, their recommendation is to go through June 30th of 2017 to give them an opportunity to pursue legislative options, correct?
It's 4 parts. So that continuing until 2017, increasing the fee structure to make it competitive, increasing the client matrix. What was the other? The
Marketing, promotion.
business plan. No bill for 2000.
Oh, yeah, we talked about
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Just as I understood, I can't hear you.
Mr. Duffrina, go ahead, buddy.
All right. The certifications are good through, right now, what we're saying is these certifications are good through June of 2016?
The label would be good through June 16. They would, their certification would end March 30th, but basically the time they have between moving from us to somebody else is 60 days. So that would get them through the end of May that they would have to certify with a new organization, although they could continue to use that label for another month.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dale Hanson, Fiscal Administrator.
Yes, Dale.
Just for consideration, just to let you know what our timeline is, 4545 does have issues with the reserve, and the next budget process for me will begin March 2016. August 31st, 2016, I have to submit a balanced budget to the governor's office. So the Organics program is part of that reserve issue, part of trying to balance out that stuff. So really, I have to have this, we have to have it resolved before we submit the budget to the governor on August 31st, 2016.
which if it was gonna be a general fund fix for us to balance that budget, it would it would have to come from basically you saying we want the agency to pursue general fund to shore up that line item. Or otherwise, it would be you saying we want to utilize fees from other programs to shore up that. In terms of as it goes to the legislative process decision.
Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry, then another question based on what you just said. I thought we did not have the ability to do that, to use funds from other areas.
We do have the ability in limited statutory areas, and that's one thing that Dennis, working with Dennis 3 years ago, I think, where basically when I first got here and we were going into the 13th session, and based on previous audits and them saying you could not have any crossover between one program to another program to another program, I literally could not make the budget work under that rule. And so then I started to go through our statutes and requested an opinion from the AG, and our statutes specifically give us some flexibility. So that's where I referred to earlier is, although we have the authority to utilize pesticide PCO funds to offset the cost of organics program, there is organics is about not using pesticide, you're having the pesticide industry fund the organics.
Right. Just additional, it does put pressure on those reserves.
Right. That's where it'll come from, because they're operating under there.
Mr. Spratling, from Elko County, Nevada.
Here I am. Well, one thing that bothers me is if you're using money from the pesticide registration program, you're basically asking people who produce pesticides, which are the organic program, is basically asking or saying that we won't use that at all. So you're having someone fund a program that's in direct opposition to the organic program, and that seems like a basic problem for me. I mean, I have a tough time getting by that. Or does that make sense?
Oh man,
That's exactly what
makes perfect sense.
And understand, I'm saying that in general, because by far overwhelming, the largest revenue source is through pesticides.
Yeah, but you also picked on the pesticide people because there's only one person. You could have said that we could have gone after brand fees, right?
No, brand fees don't go crossover. That's an entirely different account. Okay. I think the other person that could have an issue was Mr. No, because greenhouse certification stuff, those kind of regulatory pieces also are in that 45 account.
Okay.
But there's not.
But livestock inspection, livestock counts are a separate account, 45, 46.
You know, I might say that it would be like having the brand department pay for Meatless Mondays promotion.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're done. Board's done, okay? I said we'd have follow-up questions afterwards. The public needs to speak. I'll give you guys 3 minutes apiece. You need to announce your name. The young lady in the blue was way first. I'm sorry? Okay. So if you...
so that we can see who it is, can we get on the road podium too?
Yeah, if you please, for this, we need you on the record really good, so please go to the lectern and announce your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Amber Salaberry, and I'm with the Great Basin Food Co-op. I'm the general manager, and I'm one of the founders. The first thing I wanted to comment on was that it's a little ironic, the last statement being made, that the funds would have to come through the pesticide agency when the penalties that go to organics, which it says in the bill, would go into the pesticide funding side. So that's kind of a contradiction right there, and I just wanted to point it out. But I'm going to take a few steps back to something that was said earlier that I wanted to address. I met with the Perrys at Nevada Fresh Pack the Perry onions, and I talked with them about in the transition of getting this program somewhat sustainable, or trying to figure out how many stakeholders we had and folks that we could bring on board so that we could get to the point where we had the economies of scale, that it would make sense, because it's a growing industry, and I feel like the NDA is going to miss the economic boat, and it's just going to make us look really regressive as a state. I think the Utah fee structure, if it was vetted out a little bit further and we had more stakeholders on board, anybody that's run a business knows your first few years of running a business, you're going to be not breaking even. We just hit our point after our big move of this year of finally making a profit at the co-op, and it took us a long time, and it took contingency funds and having to do some really good monetary planning and budgeting so that we could get to that point. I truly believe that this agency could get to that point if it had a well-vetted plan, it had good marketing, it had good outreach, and we adopted something like the Utah funds. When Kunal and I looked at the numbers and penciled some things out, and I spoke with my sister, I started asking folks around in the community, because we started with 3 producers and $814 10 years ago. We do $3.5 million now, and I just invited almost 200 people to our Love Your Farmer dinner on Monday night at Reno Provision. So it's a growing market. It's huge. That all being said, when I met with the Perrys, the woman that was the head of certifying, what's her name, Nicole? Sarah? No, the woman who's the head of their organic certification at Perry Onions. I think Sarah. She said that the reason they did not get on board with your guys' organic program was because at the time it was not, it didn't have international certification, and so they couldn't do it because they sold to so many different markets. And I said, well, if it was affordable, and if they're in the same situation that Canal's in, where they've got 3 years on their balance sheet of packaging, and that they would lose all of that. And so
30 seconds.
She said that if it was something that was viable and they could set it up and have a plan for it, that definitely now, because Lindsay Dixon told us that your guys' organic program does now have international accreditation, that's something they could do. I also spoke with multiple ranchers and farmers and producers who it would open the doors for them to be able to sell at some of the corporate chains like Whole Foods and Save Mart, Costco. Everybody's bringing in organics now. For them to get organically certified, they would do it if it seems sustainable.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's next? Back here, maybe?
I think someone is
What?
wearing the blue shirt was next, isn't it, Steve?
Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
I'm Trevor Rivo with Hungry Mother Organics, and what I want to say to the Ag Board here is not to view this as though it's a sinkhole of money or we're asking for something just to close this gap. I want you to view this as an investment. The agricultural sector of organic produce is growing and will continue to grow. I'm not asking you to invest in a newspaper. I'm asking you to invest in the fastest growing sector of agriculture nationwide. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh.
Is it Mark, Mike?
Mark.
Bob? Mark. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Marco Farrell, Hungry Mother Organics. As background, I served as the chairman of the Organics Advisory Council up until the last meeting. And I just want to let you know, I have obviously mixed emotions about whether or not what the state's function and what the federal government's function is in overseeing agriculture in general. But like you, I've worked my entire adult life in agriculture. I didn't jump on the organic bandwagon because I thought I was going to make money. I, like you, have watched an entire generation of farms go down the tubes, and I'm watching over the next 10 to 20 years as some of the other long-standing agricultural enterprises in this state go by the wayside. One of the reasons we have had organic certification since 2008 is because there's demand there, and we found, I have always been conscious of the fact that one of the ways to survive and to continue to be able to do what I want to do for a living is to innovate and to take advantage of things like organic certification. So I'd be hard pressed to really make a case, as when I talk to Jim, to make a case that the state should be a certifying agency and that we should pump general funds into this. I have a hard time doing that because I have a hard time believing that a state or federal agency is the best place for this. On the other hand, I would ask that you at least be fair in your assessment of this situation. And the first question I would ask is, number one, does every other fee-based program in this department pay for itself? And if it doesn't, why aren't we looking at axing any of those? Second, it was almost a year between Organic Advisory Council meetings. They hired a new coordinator for the program. For a year, we were promised that some of the new marketing positions at the department would help pay and to help boost the organic program. None of that ever materialized, and I want to make sure that you're all aware of the fact that there was a regularly scheduled Organics Advisory Council meeting on February 3rd. Nothing was brought up about anything, including AB 77 or the organics program going away, and I really do think the two are associated. But the point is, the Organics Council now has been asked to present options to you as if they're viable options and as if there's something that would be considered by the administration of the department, when it was made pretty clear to the Organics Council that this was an administrative decision, the program was closing, and that there would be no real support whatsoever for us trying to get general funding or anything else, or the support of the board for that matter. So I would just, I would like to encourage you to at least consider that fact, and I'll use my last few seconds to let you know that as part of AB 77, all of the new civil fees, all of the civil fees specifically said that any violations and any fines collected would go, 50% would go to the weed abatement program for spraying weeds. So the idea that somehow using some pesticide registration money to help fund other fee-based programs is... Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Sandy Rawling with BeeHabitat.com. I have a few questions. Am I allowed to ask you guys questions? You can
Sure.
do that?
Through me.
Okay. All right. Then, okay. So now here's my question. So, first question: out of all the individuals on the board here, are any of you organic farmers, or are you conventional farmers that use pesticides? Anybody? You're organic all?
Yeah, we're all organic.
Really? You all are, every last one of you?
You're just saying when it's illegal to not furnish correct data.
Are you talking about organic
Yeah.
certified?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't
'Cause
say
I
that.
farm organic, I'm not
Certified.
organic certified.
Well, arsenic is organic too, but I wouldn't want to eat
Legal
it.
term, the National Organic Program. So let's get clear on that.
Okay. All right, so how many of you are certified organic? The people that are making the decision for our community, you're voting for our organic farmers. You're the ones making the decisions. Are any of you practicing what we're preaching here? I'm curious. Or do you all use pesticides to manage your businesses? You're making a lot of money. That's all I'm asking. Anybody organic on the board? Nobody. Is that a no?
Now promote it.
You're organic.
We have raised organic beef in the past until they started telling us how we had to manage our castration program with regard to our livestock.
You're not organic anymore because we put pressure, you made it hard for you to do your business. So how can we get an organic farmer on the board? How does that process work? I'm new to this, help me. I'm trying my best here to help everyone.
Statute 561 identifies membership on the board and the process that it goes through to make that happen through an appointment at the governor's office.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, that's the only question that I had then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ann, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ann Lovola. I'm with Western Nevada College Specialty Crop Institute and also with Nevada Grown. I want to say that I work with organic farmers. I work with farmers who don't farm organically. And the question I want to put out, and so this is going to be for the farmers on both sides. There was a comment made that pesticide funds are in opposition to organics. Well, I know organic farmers do a lot of spraying and stuff. It's not necessarily that they don't use pesticides. And I want to ask the question, are these really in opposition? Because I think whether you're organic, even the ones that are spraying, I think we all, in looking at building soil and everything, you probably want to use less spray, and nobody wants to spray their, put herbicides and pesticides on their soil. So are these two programs maybe really, it's not an us versus them or an opposition, that are these really, we have the same end in mind, and that maybe, with the organics and the pesticide funds, putting those funds together would help both of them. Just want to put that out there.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Dave.
For the record, my name is Pat Lynch. I'm with Dedicated to You. And I have a bunch of questions, but this one small statement. I think the best thing the governor ever did in my life was to introduce us to Jim Barbie. And because of him, we're doing something that I think is going to be revolutionary in terms of organic farming. So we hope that it'll attract a lot more organic. So we're very interested in this subject. So one of my questions is, through the governor's office, through the state, have they done anything to actually attract more organic growers and people in this marketplace? Because it is exploding, and I think that there's been some oversight in this particular area. Concerning the pesticide thing, isn't this a lot like asking the smoking industry to fund the non-smoking ads? It seems appropriate, so I'm just going to put that out there. So sorry, I had notes written down. Let's see. Are there programs, or how does the state compare, or how does the state program compare in what it offers overall, not just in terms of cost, to private programs? And is there an opportunity for the state to contract with someone to provide that? And have you looked at that? Did you address that before? I didn't hear that if you did.
Yes, it was, but go ahead.
Okay, great. And is there a separate not-for-profit that addresses the organic industry in Nevada, or does it come under the Department of Ag? And one reason I ask that question is I got through the issue that Mr. Barbie brought up about having a lobbyist. Well, it'd be inappropriate for him to do it, and it's probably inappropriate to hire an outside lobbyist, as it's kind of ruled by the governor. But if there were an outside organization, then they could have a lobbyist to fight for some of the things that no one is fighting for in the legislature. And I may have a few more questions, but that covers most of it.
Go ahead, Jason.
So just quickly, so why would we not promote singularly for organic versus the other programs? It would be the same reason we wouldn't promote for beef over chicken. When we're titled in our statutes, we promote for agriculture as a whole. We don't pick one piece of the sector or division, piece, part, and promote it in a greater method than any of the others, because we're singularly charged with focusing on all of agriculture. And I think in terms of that, our output has definitely increased from the promotion side, because we've done promotions from working with the food co-op to all across the board. So, and we'll singularly, we try to stay away from that.
Any specialized because it's required within the state or federal programs.
Right, that's a very good point. So then the other example of that would be like for where we have several federal programs that specifically fund us to market those programs, but they're really not splitting out a sector of the industry. For example, the meal pattern as it came down from the federal government with the child nutrition program. And on the contract stuff, again, a label or a license is a label or a license, and it's affiliated with a certain program. I would say that we're not a 501c3, but we're definitely currently not for profit for our organic program. And I say that in jest, but in terms of lobbying for organic specifically, I think that's something that has to come from the industry, no different than the Cattlemen's Association, or those are separate groups that go out and do that entity.
Is there a separate group?
I'm not aware. Not of significance that I've run into at this legislative session.
It's typically your association is gonna sponsor that, and that's gonna be your cause.
But you would have to be like kind of a separate.
You know, real quick, just to clarify a point. about the pesticide registration fees and the reserves on that. Problem with the organic program using those funds is then all of a sudden we start creating problems with those reserves going negative. We're talking about trying to get all of our fees to be self-supporting. So, and this happens quickly. So this would happen next biennium. We'd have some of those pesticide registration fees go negative, and we'd have the same problem that we have with the reserve program.
And to address one of the other questions about, that I missed from the first one, about why we would, why we have the simple penalties and they're going to 50% weed abatement and 50% ag youth loan program. Those are both programs that have existed for a long time. The weed abatement program specifically works with counties to control those noxious weeds and basically to be able to fund that, and the county can go after the individual, get those fees, and then basically recoup those funds in that account. Those funds are static because it was basically started with a $100,000 startup. There's no fee fund generation in those, so as that program were to grow, that obviously would allow us to do more work in conjunction with the local ordinances and the local counties. And that's a significant issue, as you're aware, with a ton of different areas that we have in the state of Nevada, the invasive plant, the noxious weeds. And of course, the ag youth loan has been in place since before I was in high school. And that's basically where it's due. So those are basically recouped. They're not funding those. They're creating startup money to either do weed abatements or to go for youth to start up and get involved and engage in agriculture. Why you saw in 77 all those programs switch over is because we've had such poor luck working with district attorneys to prosecute any of the, which were prosecution driven prior to this, to prosecute any law breakage relative to agriculture cases, specifically six-figure theft cases that the local district attorneys is unwilling to even pick up. This at least gives us some opportunity to impose some kind of fine and models the system that we already had in pesticide. So that was about consistency across the agency and not getting prosecutions at county DA level.
Okay. Who's next? Somebody that, Dave, you haven't spoken yet, so I'm going down the, go ahead.
Let's take everybody before, I'll go last.
You want to go last?
I'll go last.
Okay. You've spoken. Yes. I'll come back to you though. Okay. You, sir, in the plaid? Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Jacob O'Farrell. For the record, I work for 100 Mother Organics, born and raised on an organic farm. I've been around it my entire life. And I'm currently actually working with the Nevada Department of Agriculture on a federal state marketing improvement program, grant-funded project to promote local and organic foods to the Hispanic community in our state, which is an underserved population. So I'm working towards the promotion of the local and organic food sector. And on the topic of the funding for the organic program and our discrepancies in funding, I just want to press the question that you brought up before, which is how many programs within this department are truly self-sustaining and sustain themselves only on the fees generated by that program?
Can you say that, everybody?
Are you listening?
Yes. What was your question? Can you say everything?
Yeah. Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yes, and I actually had it written down.
It's been asked twice, so.
Most of the programs are self-funding. I'll defer to Dale, our fiscal officer. But most of our programs currently are self-funding. The problem that we have is the declining reserve, which then over time basically decreases our opportunity to replace equipment in those programs and continue those programs over the long haul. But our nursery inspection, yeah, for the most part, those things all align or self-funding are within statutory authority. The difference in the statement that you make, are they self-funding and then why are we picking on organic? There's a big difference because they're regulatory required, they're shell, versus organic, which is currently a may, not a regulatory required. And there is no private opportunity for inspection in those programs. In other words, there is no private nursery inspector that can go to Star Nurseries and do the certification that's required by state law and versus us. And so we're currently, for, 100%, most part, self-funding, and those fee programs have had to be adjusted to pick up that difference because we don't have a choice. Another example I was used the last legislative session, we raised the head tax on livestock at the legislative session across the board to basically make those programs self-sustaining and self-funding. I also use them as the example of they have declining reserves, so we're now taking and identifying inefficiencies that we can garner by going paperless and doing some of those activities to offset our continuing increase in costs to balance those budgets so we can stabilize that reserve so we can continue to purchase the equipment that's necessary for it.
Thank you. And I just wanted to wrap up by just pointing out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but based on the numbers that are public record, the Department of Agriculture received $4.1 million in general funds money in the 2011 to 2013 legislative session. These funds were allocated for operational expenses and for one-time allocations to make up for funding shortfalls such as this. And so while this isn't a long-term solution, I think that it is a viable solution for us to extend the deadline for funding the organic program for one more year in order that we may go and appeal to the legislature for a general fund money increase, which would represent approximately less than a 2% increase in the overall general fund allocation to the department in order to give us a fighting chance. Because at this point, it is as if we've been given a terminal diagnosis and been told that all of our viable treatment options have passed and that we really have run out of options. So I would just like to strongly encourage the board to consider extending that deadline in order that we may look at some truly viable options for saving this program and basically to save the appearance of the Nevada Department of Agriculture in the public community, which is a very strong community of organic farmers in this area, and not just give us a vote of no confidence and say just go to a private certifier, because I really think that we need to have that opportunity. So thank you for your time.
Referencing the general fund comment, I appreciate that, but that's completely inaccurate. We have general fund that's specifically aligned for specific functions that is approved by the state legislature. We do not have the capacity to move general fund around anywhere we want to. In fact, we have to go in front of the interim finance committee to move any general fund. The only place that we've made general fund requests in the past 2 years relative to a budget shortfall has been through the park account, which is basically where our state trappers are, and that's the issue that I referenced in my update to the Board of Agriculture that was created by flow-through money issue with Department of Wildlife, assuming that we would use those funds to fund those staff, but statutorily we could not use those funds to fund that staff because it would have been outside their functions. Therefore, each one of those years we were requesting roughly, I want to say $50,000 in general fund to emergency contingency general fund to uplift those accounts. All of those funds are currently aligned with public safety funded programs, like I mentioned before, which is animal disease, any of those programs, or specific matches to federal programs like the child nutrition program that we currently get, that the state is obligated to put those state funds towards. Otherwise, those funds become in jeopardy. And food and nutrition programs alone, which are aligned with the feeding programs, are $300 million in total in our budget, and we don't, are going to put those in jeopardy, obviously. And we have to follow the law.
Dale? Yeah, and this might help your cause going forward. Just with the general fund stuff, when we ask for it, there's a heavy scrutiny that goes onto it, and we do have to prove that all the counties are benefiting from those funds. And so that's the threshold that we get, and we have to go through, even with like our animal disease lab, we have to produce reports showing all the counties that benefited from us doing testing and so forth. So just take that into consideration if you're gonna ask for general funds for this program. That's the level of scrutiny that we will get and you will get when you ask for general funds.
Okay, anybody else on this side of this FSA, man?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Clint Colby. I'm the State Executive Director of the Farm Service Agency of the USDA. Despite the fact that every year over half of our counties lose population in our country, we still invest in rural America. Despite the fact that every year some of our producers, farmers, and ranchers lose money because of natural disasters, we still continue to invest in rural America, in our farmers and ranchers. You know, at the end of the day, there's really three things that you need to just get by, and after that, nothing else will matter if you don't get those three. You need physical security, you need a roof over your head, and you need food and water. And those are very, very important things to think about. You know, at our job at the FSA is to support all agriculture. We've always supported the commodity, growers, and just in the last year with the 4-year drought, we've given out about $60 million in disaster assistance to over 2,000 applicants just to get them through the drought and keep them in business. Very, very important. But we support other agriculture too. And just recently we've been supporting veterans returning to agriculture, tribal agriculture, and the young and beginning farmers, which are so important. Since 2007, we've had an increase of almost 1,000 farmers in this state, which would really surprise me because we've had about 3,000, for many years. Most of those are small farmers. They're our future. And so we need to look at investing in the future of agriculture in Nevada. And I know there's a lot of challenges here for you financially and otherwise. But coming from the farm, when somebody was down and out, one of the best things we did was just get together and help each other. And some of the ideas about doing more marketing or outreach and things like that, I have to admit, in the last 3-4 years, from my standpoint of view, I've been very consumed in the drought. And I probably should have spent more time working with the organic sector, and that's my fault. But I pledge to you organic producers, and to the Department of Agriculture from the state of Nevada, if you need help in marketing, advertising, or any way we can, we're there for you. We're always there for rural America, and we'll be there today, and we'll be there tomorrow. So if there's anything you can do, please ask. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, Mike Orlovich, Get Fresh Sales, Las Vegas. We're a produce company that buys and sells and cuts and dices produce. So what we've determined is we're a B2B, a business to business, but we also do a lot of research business to consumer. The consumer is absolutely driving the whole local, and they're driving the organic, and that is a fact. So I would just humbly ask you to consider, as we look at from a 10,000-foot state, our silver state is one that we're very proud of. We're 25 years here. All of our employees shop, eat, and spend money here. And that little logo on the packaging really does matter. But where it matters is when we go into the classrooms in Clark County, Nye County, and we try to teach the children that we do grow things in the state of Nevada. You are able to eat things that are grown in the state of Nevada, and therefore it can become a sustainable agriculture center for you and your loved ones. But when we look at recruiting businesses to the state of Nevada, we're trying to diversify our economy just like every other place is. And when we get into diversifying our economy, we do see a lot of research insofar as these companies coming in and wondering, what's the education look like? What's the diversification look like? And now, what's the local agriculture look like, believe it or not? So this is a multifaceted decision that's very, very important and very heavy, and I feel for you. But let's just, please, I would beg of you to consider these small farmers that are so integral in our future, educating the kids of our state to get educated and stay home and help our state grow, and getting other businesses to come here, are all intertwined at some level in what the speaker before me said so eloquently: safety, security, and food. Thank you so much.
Anyone else wish to speak? David? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very entertained by this robust communication about the organic industry. And I come from the software industry. Even though my family's been in agriculture legacy for over 100 years, I can't find why anybody in their right mind would go in agriculture when they can make a hell of a lot more money in software, which is where I've been. But I was motivated for a number of reasons. I have a daughter who's developed food allergies. In my day, there was no such thing as food allergies, but she has about 30 or 40 food allergies. I firmly believe the way these allergies have come about is because of our agricultural endeavors. Glyphosates and all that stuff's being sprayed. There's enough research on there to kill anybody when they read them. But this is why I decided to take an event and put my effort into changing the way agriculture is done in the United States. Now, we've looked at a lot of feasibilities. I represent a group of investors worldwide. In my hand is a $125 million project. We had to determine what state we wanted to put it in. So with all the feasibilities we've done, from Texas to Florida, all the way down, we chose Nevada for a number of reasons. Tax advantages, proximity to large markets. The seventh largest consumer market in the world is right next door to us, California. They're having a huge drought problem. They have other issues going on. So all these factors play into our decision to get involved in this industry. Believe it or not, I would not get involved in agriculture if I didn't think that there was enough significant margin to support interest to my investors. So we had to think of some creative ways to make agriculture work and revolutionize it. So in this package right here, which we're submitting to our group of investors for $125 million, is a plan to make organic produce scale enough to make money. And there's a lot of profit in it. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't get into this business now that I've understood the nature of organic farming. The question I have, USDA organic certification is very important to me, because we're going to do a lot of exporting out of the country. And USDA certification, so my question to the board is, where do we stand on that particular issue in terms of where we go to get certification now? Is that through the private auspices of certification? Or where do we stand on that? Jim.
Currently, you can certify through the Department of Agriculture or the 9 other private certifiers.
Okay, as far as USDA certification.
All organic certification, as I stated before, is done through USDA.
Got it.
So if you have, one of those private certifiers, not going to promote anybody, one of those private certifiers, their certification and their label is equal to the Department of Agriculture's organic certification.
Okay.
It's the same.
It's the
same product.
Same product. Okay. Very good. All right. Well, I just wanted to, if anybody wanted to talk about why we chose the certification or chose our project in the state of Nevada, I'll give you a lot of detail. It was phenomenal. I think Nevada is probably one of the least endorsed states in terms of what we're positioned in terms of other economies are. And we brought this up numerous times to, in fact, on the governor, we talked to him on the airplane. He was even amazed that we had all this information. But nonetheless, this state has a lot to offer. And I would like to see this burgeoning program just explode.
Thank you. Okay. Nicole, right?
Yeah. Do I have to go up there?
You betcha. Okay.
So this is going through the specialty crop block grant program. Custom Gardens Organic Farm, the first certified organic producer by the Nevada Organic Certification Program. they already decided to switch over to another company to get certified. So this program is super unstable. There's a lot of people jumping ship. The people that were trained this past year, I don't know how much, I think you said like a $20,000 investment, have already left as well. So I think there's a lot of poor business decisions that have been made, and it's already in motion. So the best that you guys can do is to help and support these producers and these 50 producers here and handlers to transition gracefully because we weren't given proper notice and due diligence wasn't made. And I think 2017 would be ideal because there might be a chance of the council or the Friends of Nevada Organics to petition for some fund money to meet that $30,000 or $40,000 shortfall. Yeah, and I have one more thing, but thank you for your time.
You've already given public comment on this, haven't you?
Okay, Jim has one to read in the record.
We did receive one email from Celia Genti. Says, I am emailing to convey my dismay over the Department of Agriculture decision to end the organics program for Nevada farmers and growers. My family seeks out organic local produce as a way to eat healthy and support local producers. We do this at restaurants, grocery stores, and farmers markets. I simply do not understand why the department is making it harder for local producers, or harder for local producers to get an organic certification for their produce. In light of the fact that organic produce is becoming increasingly popular, this seems like a backward step for the department to take. Please reconsider. Thank you, Cecilia Magentry.
Thank you, Cecilia. Dale?
I just want to make one comment about notification, letting people know about this and so forth. The position that we had focused on doing this, we were notified, we were going to use specialty crop block grant to help support this position. We were notified that the administration fee had decreased on that and that we could no longer support positions on specialty block crop grant. And so that's really when it started becoming out in the forefront. We actually had to go to the legislature and transfer funds over to another budget account to actually support this position. So, we can only react, in enough time as soon as we get the notice from the feds, then we react to that notice. So that's kind of the history on that.
Well, as we kind of wind down, I just want to...
I got one.
Yeah, Mr. Perez.
If I could, I'd like to thank each one of you guys for your comments, and I want to make it clear that I sit here on this board, I feel like I represent organic as well as non-organic, dairy products, food products, whatever. I feel like I do that. So there is somebody here batting for the organic, I feel. And then as I listen to the comments, I guess I'd like to ask all of you just one question, because I have not heard through all the comments, but have any of you been certified organic by a private company? Any of you?
No.
And then the other question I have is, what have you got against being certified by a private company? Is there, I don't want to open a whole can of worms. But
No, well, it is a can of worms. It opens up a lot of potential conflicts of interest as far as I can see.
Yeah. Well, and also, if this agency is funded over 80% from federal taxpayer dollars, to me, ideologically, if I pay 23% of my paychecks to the federal government, the kinds of things that I want to fund are not GMO agenda, not pesticide-laden community. I don't want to make Nevada's water systems dirtier than they have to be when we can produce just as much food without that. I want my taxpayers' dollars represented by this state agency in the form of organics. And I feel that way, and thousands of people who wrote into the letters that went out in the media feel that way too.
Well, I could have told you I was going to have
Well, that's super naive, I guess.
I would just reinforce that the federal money that we get And I would also suggest Clint, otherwise he would be showing up with federal money because he would like to be able to fund this program, comes with strings. It comes with specific things that it can fund and that it cannot fund. And to do different than that would put any of us that engage in that in an opportunity to be prosecuted and go to jail. So that conversation is outside the authority of the Department of Ag. I mean, that's a federal, federal congressional thing. I mean, that's not a decision that we make at the Department of Ag. The funds that we get are managed and come with specific things they can fund. We are not allowed to take funding from the child nutrition program and move it into the organics program. As a matter of fact, they're in two entirely different budget accounts, and that would result in the prosecution of myself as one and my fiscal officer as another. So it's unrealistic, and I understand your passion and appreciate that you would like to see that kind of decision-making process available at the Department of Agriculture, but federal law currently does not allow that. I mean, that's just a basic thing. Federal money that we get, no different than the organic promotion grant that Hungry Mothers got, is specifically aligned to specific things that they can do with that funding. And going outside those boundaries would put them in jeopardy, would put us in jeopardy as well.
Economic opportunity is economic opportunity though. So making something viable, that's different than like attached fees or arenas. So I think
Okay,
that's
sorry,
like-
Mr. Chairman, I got one other comment, and I'd like to address it to Jim, not the public, but Jim, if I could, because I feel like I'm sort of being put on a spot where I feel like I'm eliminating the whole organics from the state of Nevada by a decision that I make here today. I want you to explain to me and the board exactly what are we eliminating? Is it just the organic certification part of it? Or all the organic programs going out the?
It's the Department of Agriculture doing the certification.
If you chose to eliminate the Nevada Department of Agriculture Organic Certification Program and transition to private inspectors, you are not eliminating organic certification in the state of Nevada. Again, there are 9 private companies, for lack of a better word, certifiers, that are certified through the USDA organic program to certify producers. And the example I would go back to is California, the largest organic certifier, I think, in the nation, does not have a state-run certification program. They're solely done through private certifiers. Only 16 states in the state of Nevada.
The only thing in the state of California is probably sold.
We'll go down that one either.
Well, now here's the problem, and we've run into this a lot, especially at the legislature with all these bills, is you have to be very careful when you start comparing one state to another state. And first of all, right now, as the chairman, I want us to throw that completely out the window, open the door. It doesn't matter what California or Oregon's doing. The issue is the organic community sustaining themselves to pay for the program?
It could. It
Absolutely.
could. This program has lost multiple stakeholders. I meet people every day that want to sell to me, and that's
Thank you,
criteria.
thank you, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad that's the kind of honesty we want to hear. The stuff we don't want to hear is, I'll be perfectly honest, Rob, Rick, and Nicole. I've known Rick Latin for years, but that's because I'm from the Fallon area and I know Rick, but I did not know who Nick or Rob was. And I approved these 3 names to sit on this committee. And everybody in here, even the folks that aren't in the agriculture community, Brian, Paul No, somebody walks to that door, oh, I know that guy, he's from the Nevada Cattlemen's Association. We see him all the time. This black hole existed long before the legislature. I don't know, does anybody understand that? The subsidy that was paying for this program was long before this legislature took place. And that's what, as part of the Nevada Cattlemen's Association, that's one of the first questions I asked Jim. That we have to as an organization. It's one of the biggest things we keep an eye on. Are fees paying for the program? Because we want to be able to go to our people when there's an increase, which we've already had just in the last year, and tell them that, by the way, the Department of Agriculture has to increase the fees to make this program sustainable.
So why didn't that happen in November? Why didn't that happen in February?
I'm asking you guys that. Why did you?
Because the board was not informed. The board was not informed of any of this until after the recommendation was already made that the program would be canceled.
When was the last time the board, the committee went and asked Jim Barbie or anybody, is our program sustainable? Are we funding everything?
A volunteer committee asks a paid person whose job is fiscal responsibility, a volunteer committee would expect that. I would never expect that of my committees. I'd say, here, you guys, here's the budget I have for you. Here's what you have to work for. This is what's allocated to this, this, and this. You never do that. That's counterintuitive.
The Organics Advisory Council met on February 3rd, regularly scheduled annual meeting, and nothing was presented to the board about any kind of budget shortfall or about any decisions being made about the program. Now, you would think that by February 3rd of 2015, with all the legislation in front of the legislature and all of this budget being laid out about how everything was going to go for the next 2 years, that the Organics Council could have been informed. And again, I was chairman of the Organics Council at the time, and we were never notified, all the way up until Mr. Barbie notified us that there was a special emergency meeting on March 19th, and somehow this entire thing became an emergency in the middle of March, when it wasn't an emergency when the budget was being filed. It wasn't an emergency at your last board meeting, because I went back and checked the minutes of the Ag Board meeting, and you guys were apparently given an update on plant sciences, on the budget, and everything else, and yet somehow this big black hole was missed. I apologize for jumping in, but I just want to make sure that you knew we did have a regularly scheduled board meeting where this was not brought up.
With that said, go ahead, Jim.
Well, and I would just say that, back to your original statement, there was an understanding that this program was in struggle before I got to the Department of Agriculture, as far back as 2011. Fees were raised in 2012, I think, by the time we got through the process of, regulatory stuff takes forever, and that was brought before this board. And we understood at that point, and part of that conversation, I want to be very direct because we don't want to rewrite history here, was that we were going to raise this program's fees, not at a cost that would be detrimental to the producer, and still make it, and this was all based on the record, still make it viable and want producers to come utilize the program so it would be more affordable than what private inspection costs, and then hopefully we would have the same conversation that we're having today, an expansion of the number of folks that would be engaged and involved in doing this. So going in 2011, we proposed this as we're going to try this fix, what we're talking about right now. Again, we proposed that as a fix, and as we went into the budget, we absolutely, when we presented the budget, did not realize, and if that's a big old sword I need to jump on, I'm jumping. Here, see me going down. We did not realize that it was in as deep a hole as it was, which is why when we recognized that, when that was brought to me, I immediately called the meeting, because at that point we did have viable options. It was early in the session, and if I felt that the Organic Advisory Board wanted to take on that role of going and pursuing general fund, that opportunity still existed at that point. And I speak to that specifically from my experience. I mean, I pulled $4 million when I worked at another agency to support a program that we were trying to support in the last hours of the session. So that was not an impossible hurdle and was not unheard of. So we really tried to be as much as forthcoming as we possibly can. But in 2012, when those regs were put forth, we all knew that it wasn't hitting that benchmark. We just didn't, we hoped it was going to gain traction, just like we're talking about now, and that it was going to get the legs under it to bring more folks to come certify with the state. And then as we hit the audit and we had to hire more staff, that increased those costs.
as we lost viable funding through the specialty crop grant, that increased those costs. Those are all things that were unforeseen to us and that we didn't know were gonna happen, that were part of the process. As soon as we knew that, we brought that forward, which was the March 17th, sorry.
I'll bring up too also, the February 2014 Organic Advisory Council meeting we held. There was, one of the action items on there was to discuss the request for additional staff. And we discussed further discussed the audit results, needing more staff to address non-compliances from the National Organic Program. So there have been changes to try to rectify some of the non-compliance issues in the past. And I mean, a lot of this stuff has been the committee has been informed on it, and that there's been struggles with the fees, and that there's been struggles with the staff that are needed to run the program.
Since my time of arrival at the Department of Agriculture, that's been the largest conversation about organics that I've been involved in, is the fees and the ongoing viability issues of it. They're kind of my level.
And Charlie, before I go to you guys, I just wanted to say one thing. Besides the issue of notification and the fact that there's been ample time given, whichever way we go on this, to rectify the problem, I want everybody to know in here that every part of agriculture has gone through this issue, and that some of us have gone through it a long time ago, and that is the subsidy of federal program money being slowly taken away, and over time we've had to pay for it ourselves. That's one constant that we all have in this room, and it's going on right now all across the board. The wild horse issue, extremely important to remember. Funded by the federal government, by a federal law, and now they're not funding it anymore. So this is happening through all kinds of programs that we're losing the funding on, and somebody has to pick up the cost on it. So I wanted everybody to know that.
Sustainable. Just so you know, the organic community wants to pay its own fees, doesn't want a handout, wants to take care of its own business, but it needs the support and the backing of the Nevada Department of Agriculture to do so. If you guys bring it, we'll bring the other half. I feel that way, honestly.
Charlie? I have a question for our director, Jim. How much of a hardship would it be for our department to continue this until, I think it's March, the end of March of next year, but raise the fees equal to what the private certifier does? And would that create a huge hardship so we could give these people a little bit of time? Would that be impossible? Or?
Well, what we're saying today, if we were to transition, is that we would keep the program in the seal or logo or whatever you want to call it, viable through basically the end of June. The certification date, when they would pay us for the fees, would happen the 30th of March. To go through the regulatory stuff to raise the fee would basically just get us to pay. That wouldn't make sense because they would pay the fee in March.
And they've already paid up until March 31st of 2016. So that's their contract. Yeah, so basically as of
That's our commitment.
If you were to look and do the math on, I think it's 45 people that we've certified. And we've got a budget shortfall of 135,000. There's around $3,000 short per certification that we've issued. We're in the hole, of course, right now, but there's no way that we can keep going for another few months. Am I reading this correctly or not? Because I'm looking at the numbers.
Correct. No, I mean, what it does is it compounds in terms of the draw that we're pulling.
So,
I mean, we could again go into the option, the statement that the organic producers are willing to pay the fee, they're willing to do that to sustain the program. Again, that's a double or triple of the fee. Are you willing to pay more than you would for private producers to be certified to keep it here at the Department of Agriculture? That's fine.
So Jim, this is multi-tiered, and I know you've been really busy with legislature, but I've been kind of disappointed, and I think things have escalated to the point where everyone is really frustrated, and there's a huge lack of confidence and trust right now, because we haven't seen you for, I've been at probably 5-6 different things, agency meetings and whatnot, and I haven't seen you at all. We had a well vetted out meeting at the last Organic Advisory Council. We came up with 4 options. And here where I'm sitting, I require organic certification, and we're gonna push it further and further. And as we grow as a business, it's the first tier of lineage of why people get buying contracts with us. Certified organic. We could help maneuver people into the program, and there's a ton of our livestock producers that wanna go organic too. However,
Let
if
me
there's
address your
no,
livestock organic production.
Right.
As someone that comes from animal science background,
Mhm.
that is not as easily, that's easily said, but not easily implicated because of disease issues that are involved in livestock and where you would have to produce that. I think one of the major issues that we have, because that's been targeted in this, is the bringing the livestock in as the answer to
livestock
certification.
puts money in eggs too.
Is the answer to certification. Those certifications can't happen if you're running livestock on federal ground. I know that's one of the stipulations attached to it. So
All of our
that
ranges are
sounds like an easy fix, but I want to be on the
I'm
record.
not that
it
naive,
is.
I come from agriculture, my family raises sheep
Not
and cattle,
suggesting you
and
don't.
we've had a lot of
Sure.
conversations about it. I understand it's tricky, but I also know that it's been done and that it's viable. What was talked about at the Organic Advisory Council meeting was that in order for people to have the buy-in, there would have to be 4 things that went together, and those were all presented to you guys. They went forward as the recommendation. Were you guys all able to read that, of what came out of the last Organic Advisory Council meeting?
Well, that mirrors what you guys presented, right, the advisory council.
Right,
Yeah,
there was 4 parts of it. It was fund the program through 2017 through the legislative session, create a bill, something that would conserve this program for long-standing, because if we're gonna market for this and get people in, I'm not gonna do a ton of legwork, and I'm not gonna convince people to get in the program and, find people like David and Denise from
And
the
that's an
parties.
option that the board can take.
Right, to come in unless there's significant efforts put into a good business plan, a good marketing plan, good outreach strategies. And then we also know that we've got at least 5 years to work with for that trajectory of startup programs and what it's gonna look like. Everybody wants to be paying for it. Nobody wants to go through this. This is kind of awful. We went through this in 2011 again. We want this to be self-sustained, but it's gonna take a lot more than just, let's fund it for 19 more months or whatever. That's not gonna work.
And I mean, to clarify, those recommendations have been made to the board, and then I was responsible to make a set of recommendations, and I've made those to the board. I mean, we're not, so those are viable options that the board could choose to take today. Or they're options the board could choose to take today.
And Dave, I want to just address Charles' concern. The issue is, from my perspective, is that the budget count that organic sits in, budget count 4545, I predict out to FY19, which is the next session, which I have to submit a budget, balanced budget to the governor's office by August 31st, it would have a shortfall. So it's really hard to take from the other programs because they're statutorily, we have to do it. That's the real crux of it, is okay, well, if you don't take from the organic program, then who do we hit? And there's really not a lot of options to hit some of those. And some things could develop. I mean, we're trying to automate stuff and so forth, and you could see some cost savings, but those take time to kind of see those through and so forth. So that's kind of the issue of budget. It's the budget account, as far as I'm concerned, it's the budget account, not so much the organic program, that has the shortfall, and we've got to make up. We've got to find some place to make up that difference to present a balanced budget of 18 and 19.
How much is Nevada Department of Agriculture's monthly water bill? Do you know? For landscape?
That's, I'm gonna not allow that question to be answered. It's not part of the agendized
Oh.
item at this
Can I
point.
finish the question? There's a school in Dayton, his monthly watering bill is $20,000 a month for green grass in the front strip of the school, and the kids aren't allowed on it, which is a good thing because it has pesticides. But the point I'm trying to make, can we divert some of those funds? Can we rip up some of the grass and use those monies to help fund something
We
like
don't
this?
have any grass for
Okay.
desert landscape.
But can I have, is that a public purpose request? Or I can see how much money we're spending on water?
Okay, I wanna get back on schedule here. Ramona, do you have something that's, would really help me out?
Well, I'm gonna make a couple of comments first. I bought a portion of produce from Jim Lattimore enjoy my organic produce, I like my organic produce, we've raised organic beef on federal land, and so on and so forth. So I support this industry, and I think that from everybody I've talked to here, we all support it. The point is, the exciting thing about the organics industry is how much it is burgeoning, how much support there is in the public, people at the grocery store, and so forth. And so to a large extent, it's market driven. And that is what is exciting about what is going on here. I will say as one of the older members on this board, in terms of time on this board, we've been through numerous audits. And one of the eye-opening things for me from coming from private industry into a government setting is how absolutely inflexible government budgeting is. And so I've worked with directors in the past who've been pilloried for basically for
That's a good point, right, Ramona?
Yeah. Well, and so my point is I'm sorry that this seems like it's sausage making, but it is sausage making with regard to budget processes going through the legislature and the governor's office. And so that makes it very difficult for Jim or anybody else in this department to make this thing work easily like it would in your own private business. But if you're under a government subsidy, you have some understanding of how that works. But anyway, there's one question that I have with regard to this whole process that I really haven't heard an answer to. Why is the Nevada certification, from a business point of view, and maybe I'll ask you, Mark, why is that Nevada certification to you so important versus a private sector certification?
Well, to be perfectly honest, it's not. It's the fact that I think that the program was supported by the legislature, is implemented in the Nevada revised statutes, and it was deemed worthy of investing public money in before. And I think, for me, it's not really a question. We're going to have to do what we have to do. And again, I would like to say yes. State Department of Ag can do this better than anybody else, and it's key. I think for some people now, that's just us, because we've kind of gotten to the point where with the food safety, we have to be GAP certified, we have to look at, to give you an idea of the regulatory burden, we just received a building permit to build a new greenhouse. We grow primarily in greenhouses, we've been certified organic, but we actually had to pay fees and get okays from 14 different agencies to get a permit to build an agricultural building on an agricultural parcel in Dayton. And having the state, on the one hand, have money to have 14 different agencies regulate us and give us approval to do what we're doing, and then have one state agency say, hey, but we got to balance the budget, so we're not going to offer the one thing that we offered that was helpful, but we can afford to keep all of the other regulatory burdens in place. So I guess, yeah, Trevor might be better to answer from a fiscal perspective and everything else why it works, but I know it's critical to smaller growers. If they don't have to pay all of these other fees and they're not, it's kind of like, implementing a fee on somebody who has a business that they're used to paying fees and it's just a slight increase in percentage. I have to be honest, it's not going to impact us a whole lot going to a private certifier, but I know I have friends and I know people that have been in the state for years that they just won't get certified because they can't afford it. But for one thing, it means paying a certifier to drive from California or Oregon, wherever they come from. It's just going to be more expensive for almost everyone. And so, I think that's the key, is that it was subsidized. And, if the argument is that nothing should be subsidized, that every program in this department pays for itself, and that there aren't any programs getting a free ride, and there aren't any other programs being subsidized that don't pay for themselves, then I'm good with it. But I would argue, if there are still programs, now I've heard Jim say most, and I've heard some, and I've heard ideally, but what I'd like to hear is, which programs here are important enough that if they don't pay for themselves, you'll continue to subsidize them, and which ones will be like the organic program, where without notice, as soon as they don't pay for themselves, they're going to be axed at the discretion of the director. So,
well, I think you're being somewhat unfair to the director, and I would also argue that we've been in this mess in the brands department for years. So this is nothing new in terms of having to try to balance budgets and make the programs work. And so that's what all of us are dealing with in this setting.
Well, I don't mean to be unfair. I mean, I've talked to Jim about this. He knows how I feel about it as far as, you know, the state really being able to administer this cost effectively. But I think it does come down to, on your part, making the decision. Are we doing this fairly, and are we doing it strictly on these budgetary numbers, or are we doing it partly based on what we feel are important programs and which programs aren't important?
Well, and just listening to you a little bit, you sound like you're really not in favor of a whole lot of subsidies. And so I wonder why all of a sudden you want this one subsidized. But anyway, that's a separate question.
My name is Trevor. I'm another organics business manager. So I can answer a little bit more directly as to what you're asking specifically. It's that small and medium-sized farmers are underserved generally, and that's why we are so keen on the organic certification staying in-house, because the increased costs for vegetable producers translates to a considerable amount. It's not just one more hog that we have to slaughter and we throw it all in with our massive amount of heads that we raise. It's several hundred pounds of lettuce more that we have to gain. And so to be able to help the underserved agricultural community, that's the 45 of those 78 that stay here. The other ones, those other 33, tend to be, not necessarily, are the larger producers that the increased cost is able to be translated over their economies of scale of their large production.
They will also lose a little bit of competitive advantage insofar as if they don't have places to go with their crops. So we would buy, we buy Nevada produce and we resell. And obviously that sticker would be important to us because Nevada, 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 Nevada. And if that weren't the case, then we would probably look at a lower cost grower outside Nevada to see if that, because there would be no advantage of doing it, so.
Okay, thank you. Charlie, did I get a kind of an indication from you on the motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Take a stab at it.
I'd like to move that the Nevada Department of Agriculture surrender its certificate program, but assist all the growers in a transition to private certifiers. And the reason is we're lacking funding and have no funds available to continue as they are.
Okay, and that, just for clarification, that, are you going with item number 4 under the recommendation of the director?
Yes.
Okay.
With a,
and I'll take
a June 30th, a March 31st.
As soon as possible. I don't see how we can continue with the costs we're incurring to run the oven.
I would just ask that we meet our obligation to March 31st, that the folks that are in the program who have already registered.
Oh, that's fine.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So
okay,
March
is there
31st.
a second before we go on? Is there, Mr. Anderson, are you seconding? I need a second before we go on. Thank you, Mr. Dufferina. Motion was made by Mr. Frey, seconded by Mr. Dufferina. Paul.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this, actually, because if we've got 9 months or so until we drop dead, it's possible that they could come up with some ideas. It sounds like we've already vetted quite a bit of this and spent a lot of time, but obviously it's impacting a lot of these producers. So I actually think if we give them a little bit of time, maybe they can come up with an idea.
Second Paul.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to pull procedure on you now. We already have a motion on the floor, and that motion is to approve item number 4. Okay?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think a move to table can go on top of a standing motion on the floor.
So we have a motion made and seconded to table it?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson made the motion. Mr. Paris?
Yes.
You were the second? Is there any more discussion on that motion to table?
I would just need clarification and understand that we're sitting with 2 positions open. And I'm not sure where to go.
Okay, and
If this doesn't pan out, Mr. Anderson, that's what worries me. If it doesn't pan out, your idea, then they get dropped immediately.
Yeah.
That's what, we all need to understand that if we table it.
Well, I guess with that thought in mind, I mean, it's up to you guys. We can make a
There's no
decision
good.
today. Yeah.
There's no good decision. There's frustration, I feel the frustration too, but for us, the two positions open has compounded.
How will you make it through this next year regardless?
Charlie, you have the floor.
Yes, as I understand it, waiting is probably not gonna change much. The question is whether or not we intend to continue on in the future doing this. So my motion to choose item number 4 will be just as good 6 months from now, and as I understand it, it's gonna continue, am I right, until March?
The certification will continue to March 31st, their label would be live through June 3rd.
Nothing basically changes, and it still gives them, our growers, time to go into the transition and get certified, growers.
And the only thing I would say.
Private certifiers.
Is that if raising fees to make it sustainable is not an option, if we can't grow it enough to have an option that, and we know general fund can't happen between now and then. It basically comes down to a decision of, do you want to supplement it with other fee programs and run it to a certain date? Or, which was the advisory council's recommendation to basically run it through June 30th of 2017, continue to try to support it and promote it, and give them an opportunity to go to the legislative session and find general fund and to offset those costs with other program fees. And based on their recommendation that they don't see 1 as viable, 2 as viable, and then our recommendation of it's complicated.
So under that scenario,
I mean, we would just want some kind of direction, one way or another, because with all due respect, to leave it, it's just gonna create greater frustration, I think, for the organic producers and folks, and we're really not gonna know where to go. Because there is an investment to move forward, because it's a staff issue.
Mr. No?
yes, Paul No for the record. So just a question, Jim, is, in order for us to do that scenario, what would it cost us? Would it be pretty much to this budget that we have in here? It would cost us a shortfall of $134,000 to take that to the extra year of,
Based on current membership levels and based on the current cost of having to
and that would
hire
also,
people.
we would have to hire those 2 other people.
Yeah, because we have to have, the work on, and I'll have Ashley correct me if I screw this up, the work on certification portion is there, has been done, so they have their label, they have their, and that's good through March 30th. Yeah.
Now, the other question is it feasible for us to get funds from another program to subsidize that for that additional year?
And
I would just extend
what does
that
that
to
do to reserves for
2017.
45?
I would say
It's feasible that each one of those chunks is a cost of equipment replacement
Yeah.
for the required regulatory programs.
It's feasible, but then you have to, for example, hold positions open longer. That affects the organic program, but it affects some of the other programs too. So it's possible that sense, but it's definitely not easy to do. It would require a lot of work.
I would like to add on the record this line of questioning, the answers seem flimsy to me. And in defense of the staff, that's not one of the recommendations from staff. And I hope you all understand that answering those questions, Paul, is very difficult. Because what we're doing is something that's not in the ordinary.
Well, I just want to say that I'm in favor of giving them as much time as possible to try to get this expanded to the point where it can work. And I realize too that it may not be in our best interest to continue the certification in-house, but if we can get it to the point where they can afford or be able to afford better the opportunity to go to private certification in the future, then I think we should give them the opportunity to do that. And that brings up another thing is, can this possibly be something that could be done within a year's time to be able for us to come back at the end of that year and say, hey, this program's grown substantially now, maybe we should reconsider and be able to, maybe we'd be in a better position to finance that certification.
And I agree with everything that you said. The only issue I have is the staffing issue, because it's gonna be hard. If we hold it to a 1 year, let's say we're gonna do this through June 30th of 2016, then we're hiring folks on the record and then sending them off to be trained and certified, because they have to.
Which could be for only a year.
For a year. I think as a manager, finding a staff that would be willing to say, okay, we're just in it for a year, or maybe they are, because maybe they say, well, maybe it's a good way to get certification and open up my own private thing, I don't know. But that's really the difficulty and the major change that we've had since we first met with the Organic Council and where we are today, with the one staff leaving and the one staff retiring.
I had a question handed to me I want everybody to ponder for a minute, and we're gonna go back to the vote. And that was how many more people do we need to go be certified to pay the program? Or I'm sorry, how many more organic folks need to be on the program to make the state one pay for itself?
And actually kind of off of that question is, can it be? I mean, if all the producers came to the state, would it even be sustainable?
So if we double the number of clients with the current fee structure, it would be close to sustainable, but it costs us this to manage it right now. So doubling the amount of clients is doubling the labor, it's increasing our budget projection. So that's, I mean, we could handle a small increase, maybe 25%, and not a double, which is really the least what we needed.
Could you have volunteer inspectors from the community if you guys trained them? Would that help cut costs for you, so you can grow, so you can expand?
No.
Thank you.
As a business, I'm sorry.
Asked and answered.
I would not want anyone.
By one of your own.
Certified.
No. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All right? The motion is to table this item. Okay? I'm calling on the question. All those in favor of this motion to table the item, say aye.
No, aye.
Aye. I have two. Mr. Sproutley?
Nay.
Nay. I'm sorry, those nay?
Nay.
Okay. Motion dies. We didn't have enough people voting for it. So, the next item on the agenda, we have a motion on the floor, and that is to go with item number 4, and that is the transition to let everybody go private. Made by Mr. Frey, seconded by Mr. No? No. Tim Duffrida. Any more discussion? All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those Nay?
Nay.
Motion carries. We had 2 nays, Mr. Paris and Mr. Anderson. Okay, and that concludes that item. Mr. Paris?
One comment on that?
Yes.
I agreed with everything that Mr. No said, but I really don't like you people's attitude. I don't know if somebody's done something wrong or not. I'm really not proud of you people's attitude, but I did support you in what we did to try to table it, to try to make it. I'm as organic as they come. I'm not certified. We eat it organic at home. We push it organic, but I didn't go out and publish it. But I really didn't like you people's attitude. I mean, I really feel like you're really banging on somebody like they've done something wrong. Maybe they have, and I'm not understanding it. I don't know. But I just really don't like the attitude.
And for the record, for the board's acknowledgement, I think it was the second advisory council, the April 28th board meeting, or council meeting, when I talked to Canal, he said they were still working through, and they didn't feel like they were gonna have recommendations, and I had engagements at the legislature, actually presented in front of committee during that time period, and so I wasn't able to make that meeting, and that meeting did not go well, and was not handled well by agency staff. And I've been on there doing that previously to this as well. So I think there is a reason that there is a level of frustration here, and I think that part of that was cause of agency, and ultimately the buck stops with me, and so that rests on my shoulders. So I apologize for that. Like I've said, and I'll continue to say, and we'll continue to engage, we are here for agriculture that includes organic, and we're going to continue to work with you on the cost share and on any way that we possibly can. I know that we work with the co-op on some of the promotion between the cards and Know Your Farmer and all those kind of things. We want to continue to work with you on those. We're dedicated to working with small producers, urban agriculture, and our large producers across the state. Again, we're in it for agriculture as a whole. And maybe these are difficult things, and they tore my gut apart, and I know that they have you guys because I've seen your passion, and I appreciate your passion.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that.
To address you, Mr. Paris, I understand that this has been kind of an intense, frustrating meeting, and people have been aggressive, but this has been built up for a long time. We had to fight this back in 2011, and frankly, it just feels really, really like a bad idea. It feels really regressive, and it feels like Nevada can do better. So I'm really disappointed.
And well, I've only been on this board for barely a year myself, so, but I do support you personally, very much.
Well, we appreciate your fair assessment. We don't, I apologize if we came off as disrespectful in any way, but we're just trying to communicate what we feel were the issues, and we appreciate you being willing to just look at it fairly. That's all we were asking for.
Actually, I mean, what I would say is, it's the first time I've seen all of you guys become involved with the department, with the board, and don't come across as if we don't understand where you're coming from. I'm in the petroleum industry, but I'm trying to understand livestock. I do my best to understand pesticides and anything else that is involved in agriculture. And likewise, when my topics come up, usually they're heated like yours are. Everyone hates me because of it. But the bottom line is, we're Nevadans just like you guys. We're here making the best decisions we can for Nevada. Most of the time, it's pretty easy because it's a consensus. Most people are saying, yeah, we like this direction that you're going. We make hard decisions that we don't always feel comfortable with at times, but trust me, even if I'm not an organic farmer, it doesn't mean that I can't comprehend where you're coming from and what's important to you. So I just want to encourage you, stay involved with us, but try and understand that even though I'm not organic, it doesn't mean that I can't comprehend where you're coming from, okay?
And one point of clarification for both the board, I believe I'm correct, and maybe Dennis will throw something at me, and public. This change does not eliminate the Organic Council. The Organic Advisory Council still exists as a subset of the Department of Agriculture, and the Organic Council still would meet and bring information, all those kind of things to the Department of Agriculture as well.
as I understand the statute.
Okay. Did you have something to say, Dennis?
Well, you know, when you have your invited council meetings, you should let me know, because you have a deputy attending those. You have a deputy from my office attending those invited council meetings, because you probably need.
There's another big director.
I mean,
Oh, wow.
We should have that.
Agendized meetings?
Yep.
Yeah, they do have agenda, yeah. It's a
They
minutes
follow-
meeting, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They follow under statutory.
yeah, just let me, I can help you with complying with the law, but that's the side point.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I should have picked up on long ago when that was.
Okay, that's all the time we have on this item. We got lots more things to discuss, folks. Thank you for your being very cordial during the meeting and respecting everybody. We're off the record.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the Board of Agriculture, our June 3rd meeting. We're back. It's 3:12 p.m. and we are ready to move on. And it looks like we're going to look at the item C. Oh, no. Darn it. We want an introduction of the new PIO. Jerry Conrad. Actually, Jerry Ann Williams Conrad.
Thank you for that. Rebecca Allard is our new PIO 2, and she started maybe 3 weeks ago. This is my fourth week. So just in time, in my opinion.
This blew up. She came through the door.
Yeah, and her background is in public relations and around natural resources in private business and nonprofits. So she's covered a lot of topics and sensitive issues, and I would say her, she's demonstrated in the 4 weeks she's been here her expertise in social media, media relations, and sensitive issues. Yeah, and we're thrilled to have her.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
They didn't clap when Flint came, so. That's impressive.
Okay, everybody, if you will go to 5C, that's our new mission. Okay? And I hope you all had a chance to look at it.
The only word we're changing in here is stewardship, or change of sustainable to stewardship.
Yeah,
That was the concern was voiced at the last meeting, yes.
Sustainable was used correctly today in the discussion. It's not used correctly in this.
Okay.
Yeah, you just can't throw it out, and it's kind of a catch-all. It's not used appropriately.
It's an awesome word like synergy. I kept wanting to work synergy into this.
Go ahead, you have the floor. Motion?
To approve?
Thank you.
I second.
Motion's been made and it's been seconded. Ramona Morrison made the motion, Paul Anderson the second. Any more discussion? All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, nay, abstentions. Motion. Thank you. That was a yay, I take it. Boyd? Okay, good. There it is, unanimous. All right, Gail, talk to us about the travel policy procedure and go ahead and give us your board update.
All right.
All right, thanks. Time is up. That's it. Next item.
I'm done with that.
Taking way too long in transport here.
You guys were handed the travel policy. This has been thoroughly vetted by staff. This one, the good thing about not having done policy before here is that we got to borrow from a lot of examples from other state agencies and other states. And so it's pretty thorough as far as the do's and don'ts for travel. And I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Ramona?
I move we approve.
Motion's been made, is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Ms. Morrison made the motion, Mr. President the second. Mr. Anderson, did you have a question?
I was just gonna ask, you said it's been vetted through the department, but it's also been vetted through, is it called administrative? What's the state HR division?
Oh, the state HR division?
Would actually be state fiscal division.
Okay.
It would be reflective on this, which would be the Department of Administration.
Department of Administration, that's what I was looking for. Have they looked at this, or is this something that they don't even?
No, it's something that's left in the state administrative manual. They have some general guidelines, and then basically everything else is up to the individual departments to come up with their own policies.
In guidance with the same.
Yeah, in guidance with the same, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do anything less restrictive. We can be more restrictive.
Thank you.
All right, any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Go ahead, raise your hand, thank you. Any nays, abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. The motion was Mrs. Morrison, the second. Did I get that wrong?
No, you did.
Okay,
You got it right.
yeah. And Alan was the second. Okay, general update, Dale, go
Yeah,
ahead.
general update. The legislative budget, as you know, got passed. We don't have the official copy posted yet, but I figure in the next couple of days, we'll have that. And if you guys want us to send it off to you guys, we can do that, or we can just talk about it in the September board meeting, if you want to do that.
Well, I mean, we can send you a link to it, might be the easiest.
Yeah.
And then you can go and browse through it as you want. Are you gonna talk SWICAP?
I can.
I'll just, one thing I do want to get translated, because we brought SWICAP to this meeting so many times previous to this, and our concerns on what it was doing to our budgets and our reserve. One of our major accomplishments during the session that I did not have in my report was that we had a drastic reduction. I don't know, I can't tell you how, but we must have irritated the living crap out of the right people, and they eventually pulled way back on our SWICAP costs, which made a huge impact on our reserves. It didn't get us out of the water completely, as he referenced earlier, but I think it's like $1 million difference over the budget.
Yeah, it went from 700, well, basically 800,000 this biennium, and then in the 16 it's 171,000, and 2017 it's 71,000, so it
How
was
can
a
it
drastic
vary that? How?
reduction.
I can't give you an answer.
Yeah.
It's the most frustrating. I mean, no, it's literally, it's lunacy.
I mean, seriously, if you had a home loan on something like this, they'd go to jail over it.
And it's just basically a fee that they couldn't identify why, when, or how, and it went to general fund. And they said because we could, and because an audit said we could. That was the explanation
Yeah, that was really the
that we got.
explanation, yeah.
And it was finally when it basically put our fees in such jeopardy that we said, well, the only thing we're left with is going back to industry and requesting more fees after going to the session with the livestock industry and saying this would balance, this increase would balance and correct the issues we had. And we're gonna be frank that we can't explain it, we don't understand it, but this is what they're telling us to shut up and pay. And so, and I had given up, I thought it was a done deal, thought it just was. And finally, right before budget closing, which would have been early April, middle of April, or no, early May, they came back and just totally reversed themselves. So I have no idea.
They being ledger or government?
Department of Administration and LCB, well, LCB was driving the questions, and Department of Administration reversed themselves.
Was it a screw up? On their end?
I don't,
Yeah.
it wasn't,
It never made sense to begin
I
with,
talked
that's what
about
I
it for
say.
2 years with them,
Yeah.
and it's never been considered a screw, I said, but you know what? Super, whatever, it got reversed, and we're in a way better place.
Yeah.
So I don't wanna make too much of a stink.
Yeah, I think LCB fiscal stats, they had just concerns about our reserves, and that's kind of what drove it, I think, from what I can gather. But yeah, we don't really know.
like I say, it was tied to building depreciation that really didn't make sense because that fee didn't pay for the building anyway.
So I'm just gonna go on to some stuff that currently is going on for the interim finance committee meeting, which is in June 25th. We have 7 work programs there. We have 1 to true up our cost allocation. We have 1 to help spin down a grant that we need to close, and plant industry, which covers the cyst nematodes, sudden oak death, the palm beetle. We have 1 to cover an increase in maintenance fees for food commodity systems. We have 1 to pay back the dairy commission for, we had a lot of efficiencies garnered through bringing the dairy commission over here to admin. And one of those things was we were able to reduce quite a bit the time it took to do a dairy audit. And so as a consequence, we were able to use these auditors on some of our USDA food and nutrition programs, so we need to pay back them. We have work programs for the summer food program, $697,000 paid remaining claims. There's been a huge increase in participation in that program. We have $16,000 for strychnine. It's been a popular item this year, so we had to buy more. So we had to go to IFC for that one. And then we have a work program for our child adult care food program to finish up paying claims. And we have 1 for our fresh fruit vegetable program to pay out the remaining claims. As far as contracts go, we have a June BOE meeting next week, and we have the yield contract, which is the vendor that we're using for the livestock inspection system. We also need to finalize the contract we have with the pesticide registration system. So that'll go in front of the Board of Examiners this June. And then we'll have 2 requests for proposals this summer. One will have to do with with automating a lot of our systems, which we're hoping that we can garner quite a bit of savings and kind of shore up some of our reserves as well. And then we'll have to do an RFP for our food processors this summer too, so that's coming up. And Jim talked about the audit. We'll make that public to everyone once it goes through the public meeting, the audit committee. And then going forward, we're just, you'll be getting a policy on grants, you get a policy on our vehicle fleet management process. That should be coming up in the September one. And then going forward, we're gonna also tell you about grants that we have coming forward to kind of help out with our programs and so forth. We're getting a lot of push from the state to bring in more federal money, so we're gonna be going after more federal money.
One noteworthy thing, we do have a position that's located in another division. It's a grants management position that's currently open. And we're going to sit down and consider how difficult it would be to basically move that position into admin or sublet that out, so we have somebody that can focus on those federal grants and going out and getting them. The governor's office spends a lot of time chasing us to do that, and it's just not that easy to pull our fiscal staff off of what they're already doing to turn attention to that. And so we're hoping that maybe that'll help that endeavor, but we've got to see if it's worthwhile doing now or if we don't need to wait for the next session.
Thank you, Dale.
All right. One question.
You bet you, bud.
Dale, thank you for giving us these financial statements each time. I do have a request though. Okay. Would there be a problem with you putting in the fiscal year that this applies to? In other words, like from July 1 through June, and at the top, because I see this 92%, and that's really little over 11 months.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, it'd be, when we're comparing them, like I like to go back and compare this to maybe a year ago at the same time with this 11 months in it.
Okay.
So it would be really helpful for me if it had the dates up here.
Okay, the dates that it covers, the time.
Yeah, that it covers.
Yeah, I can do that, easy enough.
Okay, thank you, Dale. All right, item 5F is a board update from Rebecca. Do you have anything extra to add?
Not to add to what's already in your packet.
Okay.
You saw it all. Yeah, that's mostly what I've been doing.
That's it, huh?
Comments.
Comment, yes, from the crowd.
Did a presentation on TV.
Oh,
yes.
That was trained by Rebecca, that shows her,
The face the state? Yeah, I thought I handled it both.
she basically had some strings in her hand up on my back there, and that's the only way I survived it. Yeah, it was intimidating, but thank you. And thank you, Rebecca, for keeping this on.
It's actually a better showing than the little piece that the organic folks did.
I didn't see that
Oh,
one.
you didn't get to see
No,
it?
I
Oh,
didn't see that one.
Jim was in rare form on that one.
We need
Had
that.
a cowboy hat and
He
everything.
had no clothes on. He was a Barbie.
Riding a sheep.
B-A-R-B-Y, yeah, riding a sheep. Okay. That'll take us to Tina. Item 6C,
I'll make it brief, I know you guys kind of.
the monitoring handbook.
Good afternoon, for the record, Tina Mudd, Rangeland Health Program Manager. Some of you folks might be familiar with it, some of you may not. There's a handbook called the Nevada Rangeland Monitoring Handbook, and it's been revised twice, and we're working currently on the third revision of the handbook. And what it is, it's an agreement between our federal agency partners, state agencies, and local partners that agree upon the methodology in which we'll do range management monitoring in order to meet local objectives, which is becoming increasingly important with the habitat objectives and drought triggers and things that we're seeing in the resource management plans and the Greater Sage Grouse GIS. So we are working on a current update to this document, and the reason that I bring it to your attention is there may be a day when I come back to you and ask if we want to put something in policy regarding this handbook, because when we do our coordinated agency comments, we need scientific documentation that we trust, believe in, and have participated in to reference when we do those comments. We've noticed that with the Greater Sage Grouse EIS that was just approved, we recommended use of the handbook no less than a dozen times, and it's not in there once. Through the Section 8 consultation, the federal agencies have to look at our policies, procedures, and state regulations. So I might come to you.
They've already signed on to this document previously.
Yeah, they helped us develop it, but they chose to completely ignore it. So what we might be looking for in the future is coming back to you after it's updated and potentially looking at making it policy that NDA and its participants follow this type of framework for our monitoring. We are using it right now on the ground. We've got 4 interns working for us in partnership with the Conservation District folks that are out in the field doing range monitoring. We're hitting the high profile places first, and first come, first serve with the ranches that ask us to come help them establish their baseline monitoring. So we're hitting the ground doing the best we can with it. This handbook is what our app is based on. We're working on the last form in the app. We're about a month and a half behind. Not our fault, the consultant got behind on our biocontrol app. So nobody's fault, we just had a lot of work to do. So we're getting caught up on that, and if you have any comments or you want to see the handbook, or you want to see the handbook as we progress in the updates, I can keep you guys in the loop. Moni, any questions?
I'm just saying, I'd like to see the handbook.
Okay, and that will also then, that's the parent document to the rancher's handbook, which is a smaller condensed version. We're updating both of those. And again, all the partners who developed this are at the table again. So we're trying to keep it user-friendly and not turn it into a bureaucratic nightmare of something that nobody's ever gonna use. That's it? Yeah, oh.
Would it be possible to have like an electronic version for us to look at as moving forward?
Yeah, I can send you the link. It's on the Cooperative Extension's publication site. They were the publisher, excuse me. Yeah.
You have that now, you see?
The app is almost done. We will be actually, we hoped to have it together, ready to go in May, but like I said, we ran into a couple of glitches, and part of that was driven by me because I wanted cumulative data for comparison over years. And that took a little bit more work than just filling in forms. So we will have it ready for fall monitoring for full release, but prior to that, folks such as you guys and our partners will have 1,000 logins available to test it. So it should be done very soon, and as soon as it is, I will shoot you guys information, because we need a good handful of testers to see if it can hold the cumulative data. So it'll be open to everybody, yeah.
And other states are joining in on this new app, right?
Yeah, we have Idaho, New Mexico, Wyoming, and Colorado are super interested. They do have a couple apps that were developed by their extension and university, but they weren't as user-friendly, so you had to be a PhD type to get through it. So we are partnering with other states on this project, on an apps project, as well as potentially the AUM statistics report in the future.
So who else is the partners on this? Did you say the Bureau or the?
On the development of the handbook, it's the BLM, Forest Service, NDOW, DCNR, conservation districts, everybody. The app itself, the iPad and iPhone app, is the Department of Agriculture, but we did partner with some other states for them to test it as well.
Right, but the handbook itself went through all those guys.
Yeah, and they're all at the table. We actually have a meeting in June, our second update meeting.
And the apps are tied to the handbook.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to see the handbook.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll get you guys either a copy or a link.
Great, any other questions? All right, Tina, I guess are you gonna do the environmental impact?
I just want to give you guys an update if you're curious on where we ended up. We submitted comments through the SET as a cooperating agency, and those comments were uploaded. I think we ended up with 100-some comments, largely related to the habitat objectives table, and then including 7-inch stubble height, and then again later in the document 4 to 6-inch stubble height. And we were concerned about that because in some areas, in some years, you'll never get that in a good year. So we commented on that. The other thing that we had really some heartburn over was if it's determined that you hit a drought trigger or a stubble height trigger, you have to remove your cattle in 3 to 7 days. And so our stance was, let's look at more local management. We move our cattle instead of remove our cattle so we can utilize other parts of the allotment. That was a big one. What am I missing, Flint? Oh, I have notes. Oh, the one thing that, there's a couple things that showed up in the final document that were not in the draft document. And that was sagebrush focal areas. They're largely on the northern border of Nevada into Idaho and Oregon, and they're looked at as the strongholds for sage grouse, that if we lose, the Fish and Wildlife Service has determined that if we lose those areas, we lose the bird strongholds for population recovery. So those were highly contested by, obviously, the livestock industry as well as the mining, oil and gas, all those folks, because there was complete closure in the original draft for those areas for oil and gas and mining, and then the statement for livestock industry was that if you're not, those areas would be reviewed first for permit renewal above everybody else in the state, and if you were not meeting the health standards or trending towards health standards, then you potentially could not get your permit renewed because they're sagebrush focal areas. So we commented heavily on that it's probably not the best way to go, and that language is still in there. So from here, my understanding is the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council
will have to do their governor's review, which is going on right now. And when that's done, they will need to make a decision as to whether or not to protest anything, because we were partnering with the SET and the Safe Ecosystem System Council, so that's where all of our comments went through and all of our actions moving forward will go through. It wasn't pretty.
Question, if the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council decides that they've got serious heartburn about that, then do we bring in the AG on this?
You know, I would have to ask them, but I assume yes, because the governor's consistency review is going through their office. I can't fully answer that, but my assumption
Well,
is
and I
yes.
will just add one other thing, as far as that goes. I think it's important that we have a state and the producers have a good paper trail if we ever do have to challenge this stuff in court.
I will say that Wyoming and Utah are not even waiting for the governor's consistency review, and they're working on filing protests and will sue as soon as they can.
I might just comment, or Mo's comment there, but there's a significant paper trail between us and the SET of comments on the EIS.
And them completely ignoring.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying, that's good.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that was the sentiment.
But that goes back to this, setting up a coordinating status out of this office and getting a resource coordination plan going, and I have a draft number.
Oh, and I made some progress on direction on that as well.
Okay.
It took me some work with other states, but I finally was able to wrap my brain about a resource management plan for the department and what feeds into that and how it will look. So
It triggers the legal, it's under the EA.
Yeah.
There's a legal standing for the state.
Absolutely. So now I've got some I have some foundation to start building that, which I couldn't wrap my head around earlier. So I'm finally there, and I apologize for that. And then lastly, the other thing we're really concerned about was the habitat objectives table consistently referenced the habitat assessment framework, which is a big document for decision making on whether or not the habitat looks good. But again, it leaves it up to subjectivity. Somebody gets to make that determination for you as a producer, and we have a little bit of heartburn with that too. So, but it's left open-ended in the EIS that says it will be determined by the habitat framework. So again, it depends on who's doing the assessment. Any other questions? I know that was short for a big document, but it's pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Tina.
you.
Oh,
Yes.
too late in Elko County.
No, I was-
Hi, Boyd.
How you doing?
Good.
What I wanted to ask was, Tina, is because you're not third revision, are you not ready then for an approval vote from the board for the monitoring handbook?
No, it's not there yet. It's not in its final stages yet. We're still working with the revision team to get there. It's field season, so it hasn't gone very quickly.
Yeah, I would also like to say that to strongly support what Tina has said about the importance of having a document that was put together by multiple agencies to monitor rangelands. As a lot of the current Fish and Wildlife Service, goals and objectives that they're pushing through the BLM use things like stubble height, which is not a very good measure of rangeland health. And they're basically pushing things that are very difficult to attain and to put you in a category of healthy rangelands. And so for the other members of the board, it's important to have a good scientific protocol to go through to evaluate rangelands, and that's what this handbook does. And when it's ready, I think we did most strongly endorse it and endorse the department using that in their comments and their any other communications with the federal agencies. Thank you.
Good, yes.
And I agree, Boyd, with what you said. In fact, that whole stubble height argument got totally trashed in our case. All their expert stubble height witnesses all got impeached.
And that was one of our comments in the EIS, is they reference Hagen, and it's a meta-analysis of data that they use for stubble height. And if you go and you pick it apart, half of the studies that they used in that were never published or peer-reviewed. So there's some issues with stubble height, and we are just really pushing for, you know, good ecosystem management and good timing and grazing management. I mean, we can all do this. We just have to keep teaching our counterparts that we're in the game. So we're working on it. Well, Boyd, as soon as we have progress, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank
Any
you,
other
guys.
questions? All right, we're okay with E, it's in our packet. Same with 7, right? We're good. Food and nutrition, we have a report in our packet. Animal industries. Item A is for possible action, and it's to change the requirements for EIA Coggins testing to 12 months instead of the current 6 months. Mr. Wright, the administrator.
Thank you, Chairman Sticks. This is Jim already kind of alluded to this a little bit, but it was not on the record, so I'll comment. This actually came from Commissioner Tom Collins in Clark County. Basically, he was going to propose legislation to change this, which was unnecessary because it's an AC, it's a policy, it's not statute. So we explained that to him, and so we decided to change this. All of our neighboring states have either changed this or are in the process of doing so. Mostly it affects you know, your ropers, your team pinners, cutters, things like that, people who are coming in and out of state for events. We do think it's a bit restrictive at 6 months, and frankly, compliance is, they don't. Most people are just testing once a year. And that would be sufficient for me, for sure, and for all of our animal health officials. So I guess all we're really asking for today is to change that. Once again, we'll go through the NAC process and change it from 6 months to 12 months.
And we need you guys to form that motion and giving us permission to go to hearing and workshop.
Yes. Mrs. Morrison.
I move that we go to hearing and workshop to change the requirements of NAC 571030 for EIA Coggins testing to 12 months instead of 6 months.
Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Mrs. Morrison, the motion, second. Mr. Snyder, yes, sir. Mr. Spratling, doctor.
I just like, okay. I want to mention that in, under subpart A, that it says it's accompanied by a health certificate. You might as well, you're into it, you might as well just change that to certificate of veterinary inspection, which is the current term.
Good point. Thank you, Boyd.
Thanks, Boyd.
Any more discussion on this item? Hearing none, call for the question. All of those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Abstentions? Thank you, Boyd. Motion passes unanimous. Okay, board update, Flint.
For the expediency of time, I'll just run through things real kind of brief. We've been, of course, along with Director Barbie, very involved in the legislature. These NAC changes, we've been going through considerably. If you remember last time at the last board meeting, we approved these 4 of them. This is going to make 5. They are a lengthy paperwork process that you kind of have to be on your toes about, because if you happen to miss one of LCB's meetings, which they only have those about every 2 months too, then you have to wait another 2 months. We are on schedule to have 1 workshop and hearing on the 10th. That's a week from here, and we'll be doing 2 of those changes in this room. We're currently waiting on LCB to send us back their language of the remaining ones that we approved at the last board meeting. That should happen any day now, but because they've been so busy with the legislature themselves, they've been backed up. We will have that, they've told us, before their July 1st deadline, so we won't have to wait for a second turn around to get those changes done. Other than that, we've been heavily involved in the training brand inspectors on the new electronic process. We did 12 of them here last week. We also received a grant. We don't have the money yet. In fact, if Dale was still here, he could tell you that he still needs to do the work program. but we did get approved for $30,000 worth of animal disease traceability money to be approved for iPads, printers, inspector training, and that will be a yearly grant to the Brand Inspection Division. Other than that, I don't have anything unless you guys have questions for me.
One thing that I would like to add, just to make you aware, one of the positions that and one of the things that we did not get at the legislature was a diagnostician veterinary position in Elko. So again, that facility has been sitting dormant, other than for burning drugs, for the past 4 years. It's our intent to try to work out a cooperative agreement structure with local veterinarians in the northeastern part of the state to exchange basically their use of the facility to also take on workloads that would then monitor disease for the state, to figure out if we can do some kind of multiple vet exchange cooperative agreement, and then allow testing to happen out of that laboratory by staff that we already have that's trained to do the testing, but under the license of those cooperating vets. And so Dr. Greenlee, the state vet, is reviewing and trying to figure out how we can get there from here. But obviously, Dr. Spratling, if you have ideas or suggestions, I just can't tolerate that lab sitting there empty and useless, and it does not appear there's interest to create a general funded position there. So we need to, we're really attempting to try to figure out some way to get greater benefit for the industry and for the state out of that empty lab than we currently have. And at a minimum, you know, if we can get some cooperating vet help, maybe we can get at least all the trick samples over in that area done out of that lab or something to that effect. FYI.
Any questions for Flint? Thank you, sir. Any board member? Yes, Boyd?
Just to extend a little bit from what Jim just said about the doing testing in Elko, a lot of those tests are time sensitive, and the samples do deteriorate in transport from Elko or the more rural areas down to the lab in Sparks, and it would make a tremendous difference in accuracy for the industry if some of that testing was done in Elko. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any board member presentations today?
Do you want to talk about the H2A?
Yeah, if you're ready, but I don't have any of the numbers.
No, the H2A, the rule, no, the future numbers.
I don't know if the board is.
Boyd, did you have something while we're waiting for
Well,
Pete?
we got a governor's letter to support it, so maybe that's from
I just had a comment in general, and when I noticed looking at the director's workload, when he went through his report on a monthly basis, they're meeting with the governor on drought. And I'm a little bit curious as to what those meetings actually amount to. And after Jim might answer that question, I have one more comment. Thank you.
Yeah, when he gets back here, Boyd will.
Oh, he's not there? Okay. No, I think the comment I would like to make is that so many federal documents and planning processes right now in regards to grazing and use of public lands are predicated on the drought monitor. And I don't know if, you know, how many of you probably on your local weather reports see that drought monitor come up on a fairly regular basis on the screen. And you might notice that in eastern part of the state, we've had, you know, in some areas 5 inches of rain in the last 6 weeks. And it has not changed a color on that drought monitor at all. And yet a lot of the planning process and a lot of the allowable grazing is based on that drought monitor. And there's got to be a way, that's a hydrologic monitor, tells you what the snowpack has been and expected runoff. What we need to really be looking at, and what's most important for the BLM, is to use a vegetative monitor that tells you what the grass is doing. We're having one of the best spring grass years we've had in years, but yet we're still under some pretty severe drought indications on the hydrologic drought monitor. And so I don't know what role the department can play in trying to change that, you know, because that use is unfairly coming from that drought monitor that they're currently using.
That's right. That's right. Now, Boyd, by the way, were you here? Did you miss the presentation by the forester?
I did. That's the hour I was gone.
Yeah, that's it. He specifically spoke about the amount of vegetation that's going to be for fuel this coming year. But you're exactly right, and I've posed that question at some of the BLM meetings, mainly with our Stillwater Front folks that cover east of Fallon, and that is, why don't they use the reflectivity reports instead of what you're talking about? Because there's parts in our neighborhood, Boyd, that are showing 110% of normal.
And that's it. It hasn't. If you watch that drought monitor that comes up each week, it has not changed during this extremely wet spring. It has not changed whatsoever.
But
and
it works.
These drought.
Go ahead.
You know, on these drought plans that they have at the BLM, they say that, you know, that they can take severe measures against grazing while we're in periods of drought, and the year following, maybe 2 years following, coming out of the drought. And if that monitor doesn't change at all during, you know, we've had 300% of the normal precipitation in the last month in Elko County, and we can't even change a color on that drought monitor. Something's not right. I mean, that's what they're basing their planning and decision-making process at the BLM on, that drought monitor. And Jim, I don't know, I'm not sure where the department can enter into that discussion, but it's definitely, things are out of whack.
Well, and specifically to address that, that's why I asked Mr. Roper. I said that, you know, we've got a normally high moisture and we've got a lot of feed out there and what you would call fuel, because I wanted him to be on the record saying, yes, we have a lot of feed, which translates to fire fuel, so that we have that on the record. And I'm going to take that also back to the Drought Forum conversation, and I'll specifically take back referencing, for example, Elko County, who's 300% of normal precipitation in the spring, yet the colors don't change because you're only basing the colors on snowpack, which means that rain doesn't matter, and that doesn't reflect what current, you know, conditions on the ground are, and that makes no sense. Yes, groundwater in springs may still be affected, and we may still be hauling livestock water out, and there's needs and issues there, but if we don't have the livestock able to be turned out, then we've just basically compacted the fuel load to create the worst nightmare we could possibly have, and you saying that you're protecting the ground because we're in a drought, so there's not enough feed there for the livestock to be out there. It's a round and around and around we go, and so that's why we're trying to get him on the record to concur, which he did, that obviously there's a ton of fuel that's out there because of the wet spring.
And Jim, just to expand that a little bit also, I mean, admittedly, we need to worry about fuels out there, but very honestly and frankly, the permittees do have a grazing preference. And we seem to discount that as an important argument for turning cattle out. There is a preference. And that's been established since the Taylor Grazing Act. So, you know, there are more than one issue. If fuels, you know, build up is one thing, but there is a grazing imperative to go out there, and there are certain privileges that go along with having that grazing preference.
And from my angle, the reason I keep pounding on fuel is because everything that they put out is this, our number one goal, whether we agree with it or not, but using their words, is to keep fire from happening and protect sage grouse. Well, how do you do that if you allow the fuel load to blow up because you don't allow grazing? So you can't have it both ways. And I agree with everything that you said. I'm just trying to use their words against them, I guess.
I agree, but I think it's also important in our discussions to remind them frequently that there is a grazing preference. That, right, you know, you can't just throw that out and the only thing you have to worry about is the fuel load.
Thank you, Boyd. Mrs. Morrison.
To add to Boyd's point, the drought map on the state's website for drought is still that really bad drought color. And then Also to add to his point, the whole issue of grazing preference and whether or not they can even catch you is going up to the Ninth Circuit in our case, so we'll see how that goes.
Thank you, Ramona. Yes, sir, Mr. Dufferino.
I've asked, who changes that drop map? I mean, Fred.
Well, that's gonna be my comment on the next drought forum meeting that I'm in. The last drought briefing, I did not attend because I was asked not to attend, because if I would have attended, we would have had a forum, or we would have had a quorum of the forum that had just been formed, and then we couldn't meet. So I had an update prepared to basically go through. We've got all this moisture and there's a ton of feed up there, and so I'm waiting for the next forum meeting, basically.
Jim, one of the things Boyd talked about, and I can get somebody down here to show you how it works, is the federal government uses two different ways of determining a drought. In fact, one of them they use to determine the paying of insurance premiums. Yeah. And it's a reflectivity report.
Vegetative index.
Vegetative index, there it is. And it's done through the satellite. Just like any satellite, it's updated daily, hourly, and so I mean, there's ways to get an instant shot of whether plants got lots of food, and the federal government's using that to pay premiums.
Is that USDA?
I've asked on this deal here, at least it's in the Winnemucca office, and I asked the state people at one of the RAC meetings. Nobody seems to know who updates this or who's in control of it, or
You're talking about the drought monitor.
Yes, I'm talking about the drought monitor. Nobody seems to, or I can't get an answer.
Must be Noah, isn't
it? And
Almighty himself.
In regards to your Tina's grass deal on the sagebrush deal, they burned that up 3 years ago doing the same thing anyway, so it's gone. I mean, it burned up 3 years ago. So, and it's gonna burn up again this year if I'm not lucky.
Okay. All right, you and Pete had something cooking here.
So, approval of the sheep inspection tax, head tax, to be transferred to Elko County Treasurer's Office. What is the amount that we transferred? We're trying to figure out what the correct amount is that he needs to suggest to be transferred to the Elko County, and then we need to send over, or already did send over.
Yeah, we sent over to Elko County $39,406.22.
Say that again.
$39,406.22.
And how much of that was park and how much of that was?
The park amount was $21,366.20, and then the other portion was $18,040.02.
What's the total head tax?
Total tax collected was the $39,406.
No, what is the rate? The
The
total rate now.
Okay, the tax for the sheep is 18 cents per head, and for the park total, it's 20 cents per head. And then for goats, it was 16 cents per head, and the park total was 20.
But we didn't send goat, right?
Yes, we sent sheep and goat.
Yeah, we sent sheep and goat.
To Elko County
But
with ours?
The goat should go on the park. One of them the goat goes, one of them the goat doesn't go. Goatity.
Can I ask a question? Is there a way to keep the confusion of the goats away from the sheep or whatever? I mean, we don't have nothing to do with their money. I mean,
Actually, based on statutes, on some you do.
Yeah. Well, the park money, I understand, whatever their 18 cents that they got charged, or the 20 cents, now, that goes to park. But we never see our park money either. So why do we have to see the goats' park money? I mean,
Roger.
the only money we're interested in is the 18 cents, and we just know and keep track that the park money goes to park, but it never funnels through us or does any channels through us. It goes straight to park. Well, now they're always mixing in this 7 cents to the if I understand right now, the goats are paying 27 cents, 20 parts and 7 cents for whatever they use their money for. That's 7 cents.
The 7 cents on goat should stay with the Department of Ag, and it
Yeah.
goes for regular livestock.
As long as they don't stay with sheep
identification.
inspection.
Yeah.
Cause that gets very confusing on our bunch of sheepers part.
Are you looking for the statute, because I know what
Yeah.
it says, it's basically the park money of the goats is supposed to go with you guys, okay? And then there's the additional, whatever, 7 cents is supposed to stay with the Department of Ag.
Okay, well, so their 20 cents can go ahead and mix with the sheep park money, which we never see, so we don't have to worry about. But somehow I think they're mixing that their 7 cents with our 18 cents. And we don't.
And I'm not saying that didn't happen, because I mean.
That's why we're getting all these different numbers out.
We'll have to make sure.
So what's the amount that would be going to the wool growers through the sheep head tax? That's the amount you're interested in?
39,000.
No.
No, that's a total.
18,000, right? Yeah, it's the 18,000.
That's
Which
without,
was transferred March.
without goats, without 7 cents of goats.
It's with goats. That's with goats, yeah.
It's just, yeah.
So by the time we figure out goats,
If
how about you guys close your eyes and accept goat money this year? And we'll get that sorted out.
Last year.
Right, and
What's that?
I know.
And then we'll get this sorted out on our end for the upcoming next year, where we'll retain the goat money to support livestock ID, and you'll just get the sheep money. But
So we're taking the goat money this year, and the goat.
You already got it.
it's already in Elko County.
And you took it last
Are the
year.
goats going to come looking for us?
The word out on the streets is the goats don't know who you are.
Well, they found out when they got charged the 20 cents.
You guys all look alike to us.
I do not.
Pete, we'll get it straightened out, and we'll.
But for the amount of money coming in on the goats this year, it's probably just as easy for us to move forward with the process at the close of the fiscal year. Wool growers utilize the goat money this year, next year you'll just get the sheep head tax money.
Okay.
And so the
I mean,
amount
is
that you're
actually your
reacting
money then, or is it?
yeah, it should stay, it should retain, no. You're the only one that gets your own little set aside money. That head tax money should stay in livestock ID, just like the cattle money, like the dairy money, like the horse money.
Do you want the wool growers to write you a check back if you give us the true number?
It'll make our lives more complicated, and it's not significant.
It isn't
That's
significant, yes, it's not.
We're talking probably less than $1,000.
We're not gonna complain.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never had a hard time giving to somebody some money, you know?
No.
So the total that the board needs to approve for transfer to the wool growers is $18,040.22, correct?
No, yeah, $18,040.02.
And 2 cents, sorry, I misread my own.
18,04002.
Right.
So I guess the wool growers request that you guys approve that we collect our $18,040.02 that's used for budget purposes, just managing everyday wool growers' needs and.
We don't have an item on the agenda to approve this, guys.
Does it require board approval, or is it just?
Yes. You know, even put it on the September one. We already pushed it from.
Well, it's already there in March.
So I wanna make sure it's not on here somewhere.
It's not on the.
It's not.
Didn't know it was, yeah, didn't know it was up.
So you're okay till September, Pete? Okay. Mental notes.
Let me
I'll
check
put it in
and
my
see
notes.
if we set the rate, or if we actually have to approve the transfer.
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Approve the transfer?
I think you have to just tell the director.
Yeah.
We have always in the past written a letter to the board requesting our money.
Yeah, Hank
Remember, we've
Hank
always
used to,
approved it.
I used to give Hank the letter and Hank used to.
Board's always
do that.
we make the motion.
Came before us, that's for sure.
Let me find it, if we have to, we'll do it then, but I still think we have to approve the rate, if there's a rate change, which there hasn't been a
We
rate
approved
change.
the rate changes to wool growers.
No, that's approved at the Board Act. That's the change that happened when you guys left the Business and Industry Commission and came and got rid of the Sheep Commission and became a one member on the Board of Ag is the actual rate approval. Is that, and we've had that talk before, because you're like, well, why the hell wouldn't all sheep industry approve the rate? Why the hell would the rest of livestock? And I'm like, no argument, but that's statute. But we can't move that action now. I'm not sure we need that action. Let me get it sorted out, and then and then we'll either have it on the next one. It's already in Elko County though. It's already we've already transferred.
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
just
sure
correct.
if I go to Elton County and request it, they're gonna give it to me.
Yeah, they never know why they get the money.
They question me every year as to why I'm
Do we
saying
have it
something
fixed now where we request it from you instead of?
Oh, I would prefer that. I think statute says it has to go to Elko County, but it would be easier if it just.
So that's where some people got, some of the little growers all excited. It was back in the state treasury, and that turned out to be a fiasco and a half, but we finally got all that calmed down. But it would be a lot easier on my part, your part, because they come to me as the executive director of the wool growers, and I gotta go to the ag board to request the money. Then you have to send it to Elko, then I have to go back to Elko and write another letter saying what I just did now. In writing saying what we're using the money for, and then they have to write us a check.
It is a silly process, because every time I deal with the treasurer's office up there, first they call and ask, why did we get this money? And then the next question is, why didn't you just send it to them and them? Why are you sending it to us? And I have to pull out the statute and remind them why I'm sending it to them.
All right, well, the money's already been sent, so the issue of an approval by this board, the bag with the cat in it's already been let loose, so.
Okay, here's the statute, so it doesn't have to be approved. The tax paid by an owner of sheep must be deposited into the state or county treasurer in which the state sheep inspection account is located, which is Elko County, for a credit to that county. The money of the state sheep inspection account must be made available and dispersed by the proper state or county officials upon the request of the board for the purposes provided for in the chapter.
Yeah, Jim, we don't.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what I said.
You can study that.
Dennis, do we pay them or not?
You do pay it, I will still.
It's shall and must basically transfer to the treasurer of the county in which the sheep head tax account is located, which is Elko County. By the proper state or county officials, which is us, upon request of the board for the proposes provided for in this. I mean, it can only be spent for this chapter, what it's saying. But why would we have to request what they're mandating we do?
Ledge council.
We'll sort it out.
Yeah.
We'll either have it as an action item next time or we won't.
Supreme Court.
So do you want me to
Go ahead and request it. We're
Yeah.
gonna just go. Go, man, go.
Okay,
We can handle that.
any other reports by board members?
Jim wanted me to touch maybe.
Okay,
Okay. I'll try to do it quick, but it is a lengthy thing, but a few years ago, some runaway sheep owners went to Department of Labor and sued Department of Labor. And that brought Department of Labor, it's like somebody trespassed you on your cattle and the BLM comes in there, walking in. And so Department of Labor started inspecting every sheep business, and these two guys that sued Department of Labor were runaway sheepers. They were illegal aliens in the country after leaving their employment on a contract. All of our sheepers here are contracted with a signed contract that has a job description, what they'll do and how long they stay and what they do.
work visa.
Work visas. They skipped contract, absconded. Then they turned around and sued Department of Labor for crazy reasons. I don't know what they were, but Department of Labor jumped in there and said, well, they must have had a reason, so the Department of Labor now for the last couple of years has gone crazy, going to different sheep outfits. They come in and inspect your vehicles, their tires, your signal lights, your horn. If the pickup doesn't, if the horn don't work on your pickup, they give you a citation. If the doorknob on the camp sticks, they write you a citation. I mean, they get right down to the bottom, and nobody gets the same citations twice. One guy gets away with one thing, the other guy, they write him up for all these things. Anyway, that stirred a big controversy, so they decided to have a hearing and set the regulations. So on April 15th, they went in and studied the whole new H-2A sheep work visa, because it's a special procedure because of the 3-year contract and the open range herding and stuff. So on April 15th, they came out, they tripled the salary. They're gonna triple the salary, which will put everybody out of business. We figured it up just in our house, it'll be at 200 and some, right at, I think it was close to $200,000 a year increase. Well, I think it was over the 3 years. I've had so much of this stuff going through. I think it's like $85,000 a year increase in salary over the top. We have to pay, airplane food is not good enough for them to fly, so we have to pay them per diem. We have to pay them $20-some a day on their flight time, because the airplane food is not sufficient food to arrive at their destination. We have to pay for all of their travel in their country to get to the airport. You know, and if they choose to hire a limousine, that gets added to your bill, whatever, because no one's ever had to do that in the past. So, and then it's open range sheep herding, so now they made the definition, well, if these guys are open range sheep herding, they can't ever see a fence. They can't work at the ranch, Idaho, and this is all western United States, I'm not just talking Nevada, but like in Idaho, those people shed lamb. Well, they're not allowed to live on the ranch, they're supposed to be living out in the country, so that's, I mean, they've boondoggled this thing up where it will completely wipe out the western sheep industry. And anybody that uses the H-2A program basically will be done. So they give us a 30-day comment period. They proposed this April 15th. We did get it to June 1st, so everybody scrambled around. I mean, from our kids to everybody writing comments. That's when I talked to Jim. Jim was very lucky somehow that he got Governor Sandoval to submit a comment, and really supportive of the sheep industry and stuff, which we greatly appreciated. So, you know, now we're just waiting to see what these comments do, but if that goes in the way it is, the western United States, everybody that uses the H-2A program is going to be.
Would your national association have the capacity then to sue based on that?
I'm not sure how that works. They're in the middle of it. Western Range and Mountain Plains, the two agencies that we use to bring these people. I mean, we've already thrown a ton of stuff at them to show, you know, it's like they don't really care. I mean,
because a year ago they went in and reevaluated the wages and bumped them up then.
They trumped them up then, and now that they doubled them then, this time they tripled them. So basically, these guys will make what we've done studies of ranch managers, of several ranch managers. They will be getting a beginning sheepherder will come in and walk in the United States before he's trained 1 ounce at a management position salary, plus board and room and stop. You know, if you hire a ranch hand, he brings it. You might have to furnish him a horse, you might not have to. These guys, you have to furnish them everything down to the overshoe that they wear. And saddles, horses, dogs. I mean, you're looking at if you added all of that stuff up, the amount that they're making close to $48,000, $50,000 a year salary. There's just no way. My daughter made a good point in her comment that I was totally surprised. She's in the military, her husband's an engineer in the military, and these guys will start out at more money than he made. A beginning sheepherder would blow his salary away, so the government can pay people defending our country and going to war and getting killed at less than half of what these guys are gonna be making. So, that's where it's at. Now, what this comment period shakes out of it, we'll see. I presume if it doesn't, there'll be a lot of lawsuits of some kind, or there won't be any sheep. And it's not just Nevada. Nevada struggled to stay in business as it is, but the Idahos and every other state they're done.
Okay, Pete, keep us in touch, up to date on this, hope it goes well. Tim, did you have something?
I was just gonna comment that we've already been through the audit, and when they came into our place to do their audit, they kicked mom and dad out of the house. Literally took over the computers, got every business going there, did the whole works, and audited the whole, every business we have for the sheep outfit. I mean, now we're in the process of going through the fine deal and all that stuff, and they're, negotiating with that. It's unbelievable with it. So it's for sure.
They even go as far as asking you, what vehicle do you drive to go pick up a new sheep herder at the airport? Well, I don't know, whichever one's handy at the day. Well, if you drive multiple ones, then we need to see every one of them. They went in there and took tire tread depths and completely inspected like the trucking station thing, and was demanding to go through every one of those vehicles, see if that vehicle, you could have grandkids in car seats riding around in that thing, they could care less. But that sheep herder, they was inspecting that vehicle down to the tread depth of what vehicle. You had to declare to them what vehicle you was using to go drive to the airport to pick him up to bring him to work.
You should have took the sheepdog with a saddle on it.
Yeah, but and they come in there with badges, guns, these sheepers, then they start interviewing sheepers, and they come in there with all this kamikazes. I mean, they've got every gun and badge, and they intimidate the daylights out of those guys.
This is Department of Labor?
Department of Labor, and I'm pretty sure, I think I heard from Tim's, they showed up with 5 vehicles with people loaded, computers all, top of the line computer systems inside the satellite computers.
On the crop stuff.
Yeah, on the crop workers.
Okay, anything else? All right, hey, again, we don't have to go over the next meeting date. It's been determined for us. Site's been picked. Where are we, Elko?
Yeah, for Elko.
Elko.
What's the date?
First Wednesday in September, let me look. Yeah, no, the second.
The second.
September 2nd.
Can you make it in from the marshes?
Me?
Can you make it in from Jigs?
I can make it from Jigs.
Okay, but well, I'll come get you if you need. All right, anything else? How about item 12? Throw me a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Public comment. Thanks, Dennis.
I'm here for a reason.
Yes, you are. And thank goodness you are here. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. I move that we adjourn.
Mr. No made it. Mr. Ferrazzo seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Thank you, Boyd.
We're gonna try to start the park meeting tomorrow morning right at 8 o'clock, so try to be here 7:45 or somewhere in
Hey,
there.
do you got the squirrel thing on there?
Squirrel thing is on there.
Okay.
And thank you for your patience today, for sure.